can tell you stories. Stars, they can tell you stories. They can tell you stories. Stars, they can tell you stories. They can tell you stories. Stars, they can tell you stories. They can tell you stories. Stars, they can tell you stories. They can tell you stories. Stars, they can tell you stories. They can tell you stories. Stars, they can tell you stories. They can tell you stories. Stars, 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 they can tell Stars, they can tell you stories. 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 Stars, they can t tell you stories. They can tell you stories. Stars, they can tell you stories. They can tell you stories. Stars, they can tell you stories. They can tell you stories. Stars, they can tell you stories. They can tell you stories. Stars, they can tell you stories. They can tell you stories. Stars, they can tell you stories. They can tell you stories. Stars, they can tell you stories. They can tell you stories. Stars, they can tell you stories. can tell you stories. Stars, they 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 can tell you stories. 'They can tell you stories. They can tell you stories. 'They 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 can tell you stories.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth, and a very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone around the globe. This is Amrita Sharma welcoming you to another episode of Healing Our Earth. Today's episode is a continuation of the momentum of celebration of Ayurveda Day. The Ayurveda Day that just commenced on 10th of November. We are continuing celebrating and relocating where Ayurveda is in our life. So to start with that and look forward to that, let's first join our hands together to seek the blessings of the God through Gayatri Mantra. I'll be chanting this mantra. You can hold any of the mantras of your choice. Om Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yuna Prachodaya Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yuna Prachodaya Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yuna Prachodaya Dhiyo Yuna Prachodaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. With these words, praying to Lotus Gayatri for bestowing peace all over the world, let's start today's episode. Today's episode is not about knowledge, not about papers, nor it is about presentations. It's about interaction. It is about knowing who you are in this life through Ayurveda. It's about feeling the bliss of Ayurveda. And it's about sharing how much we love and what Ayurveda has given us and our families in the times to come. So let's have certain guests. It'll be an open session, and we are live broadcasting to you through various channel partners all over. You can join in and share your views and also tell us your experiences, your knowledge, some tips if you have about Ayurveda, and also tell us the stories related to Ayurveda. So all of you are welcome to join with us to share this happiness, and also let's rejuvenate through Ayurveda. With these words, Ayurveda has been a part and parcel of my life. I never knew about it until and unless I studied. But yes, it was in the part of my family. It was in the part and parcel of my life as well. And becoming aware about that, how nature has blessed us with everything which is purely about life. And this science of life is about living, living with happiness, living with health, and living a peaceful and blissful life. What for? To attain salvation, to attain peace, and to move with the same momentum of those vibrating blissful energies to another world, in another life, with a beautiful journey, remembering ourselves as beautiful souls as we live our lives in this endeavor to relish the beauty of Ayurveda. Uh, to be sharing with you before I start with our guest uh, from uh, from a very special corner of the world. I'd like to share my little experiences to tell you about how, and to know from you as well about Ayurveda. So the little walks of life when you are pre-natural, when you are with nature, the kind of energy you feel, it's all about science of life. And all these things, they help you to nourish you to live better life, not only physically, but mentally, emotionally, and also spiritually. In today's time, spiritual health is one of the very important topics. And let's get back to our guests and know more about from them. And I'll keep feeding you up with all my tips and my knowledge in between. So let's welcome Ulrich Berg. A global namaste to you. Kindly unmute yourself and tell us more about yourself and your journey through Ayurveda, where you are from, and how did Ayurveda become a part of your life. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I was not prepared to say something. I just wanted to attend the session and listen to what
No.
others say. But okay, see, I'm not an Ayurveda expert. That is, I'm expert in a certain part of Ayurveda. Actually, I'm expert in Agnihotra Homa therapy, and that is, I was told, part of Vriksha Ayurveda, but it's a lost part of the Vedas. Um, uh, we all know that the written Vedas, it's only a part of what was originally given. And a lot of things have been lost before because when they were written down, that was many generations, maybe thousand of generations after they had originally been received by the rishis. Anyway, so part of the Vedas is lost, we know that. And one such lost part of Vriksha Ayurveda, the Ayurveda of trees, is Agnihotra. Agnihotra is a method of fire you perform in a copper pyramid of fixed size and shape, exactly at the time of sunrise and sunset. So I learned about that method maybe 44 years ago in Germany. And first, I was very skeptical because, I mean, I was teaching philosophy of science at the university. And when they were talking about 5 elements and element fire, I thought that is a little bit strange because according to modern science, you know, fire is none of these elements, and we have 92 elements, natural elements. So it was a little strange. So my intellect was not much convinced, but somehow I felt something. And in the moment, I knew I will do that, although it took me still 2 weeks to convince my intellect to actually start. Then I started. So since then, I'm continuing with this practice, morning and evening Agnihotra. It means a little bit of discipline. Of course, you have to get up for sunrise, before sunrise. And at that time, we didn't have this summertime change, daylight saving time. So it was quite early. I had to get up little after 4 o'clock. And I was used to university life, and university life means before 1 or 2, you don't go to bed. 3 o'clock is possible. Going to bed at 4 o'clock would also be possible, but getting up at 4, I thought impossible. Still, I did it. Slowly, my rhythm changed. And then first, I felt the effect on myself, especially on my mind. I thought, my mind is getting clearer, and that's very important. About what is important, what is next thing to do, and so on. Especially for people who suffer from stress. Nowadays, everybody is full of stress. So people often tell me, "Oh, Agnihota, I would like to do it, but it takes 10 minutes in the morning, 10 minutes in the evening. I do not have the time. I do not have time to breathe even." And then I tell them, "Okay, start Agnihota, try for 2 weeks, and then you will see." And actually, Agnihota saves your time. It's a good investment. You invest 10 minutes in the morning, 10 minutes in the evening, but you get much more time out from this practice. So then I was also talking to scientists, traveling around, and getting some research started. And since, say, 15 years, that is my main focus. And now right now I'm in India, because in India, there are now many scientists who are willing to do some research. But it was not easy
Yes.
at the beginning at all. Yeah, people think, oh, in India, yeah, they know, everybody knows about Ayurveda and the Vedas. But in India, most people think, oh, okay, that's part of our religion, part of our culture. Yes, my grandmother used to do these things, but now I'm scientist, and no, that's just nothing scientific. So it was quite hard at the beginning to get some people do some experiments, and then okay, they saw, oh, they were surprised themselves. It is really working, yeah. So this is what I'm doing now, and now I go a lot to conferences and to research institutes for more research. We do it in the field of environment, effects on air. Like now in Delhi, I was in Delhi 1 week ago. It's terrible there. So much smoke. Every winter again. It's the most polluted city of the world in winter. And with Agnihotra, you can bring this particulate matter down with Agnihotra. That is quite astonishing because you produce, you have a fire, produce some smoke. Still, in the end, particulate matter goes down. By the way, also, all microbes go down, which was important in the time of Corona. Yeah, and purification of air, purification of water. And now it's difficult in many places of the world to get good quality drinking water. Now here in India, mostly it is RO water. They don't have so many natural wells or springs. So it is RO water, which is in a way pure, but I feel there's no more energy in it, no more life energy. So we add this Agnihotra ash, and then the energy comes back. And there was also some research, good results, and the soil, very important. Also, only in the last 10 years, scientists pay more attention to the soil. Before, soil was just a matter which holds the plants, and they add whatever the plants need, they add it as fertilizers. Now they understand, no, the soil itself is a living matter, and but with modern agriculture, it's just being killed. And now they talk about soil health. Soil health, one important point is all the microbes in the soil. And with Agnihotra and the ash, all these come to life again. And by the way, also, as so many people are concerned about climate change and the CO2, in farms we have tested, we have a soil organic matter content of 15% or even more. Whereas in most chemical farms, you have 1%, 2% if you have, you're happy. So the soil can take up a lot of this extra carbon we have in the atmosphere and bring that level down. And the soil will be more productive. It will be healthy soil. Now about the health, because Ayurveda is about health, yeah?
Yeah.
So what we have heard is that prana, life energy, and the mind are like two sides of the same coin. Immediately, whatever affects the mind has an effect on prana and vice versa. So with Agnihotra, what we do is we purify the atmosphere, and therefore prana energy can flow harmoniously, which was blocked because of all the pollution in the atmosphere. It creates a shield around the planet. With Agnihotra, a channel is created and prana energy comes down, and immediately we have an effect on our mind. Immediately we feel more relaxed, we feel happier, and it has a big impact. And then, of course, that is a big impact also on the immune system. So that is really very good. Therefore, we have seen many healings of all different kinds. We have recently we had a project in South India, in Mysore area, where some HIV positive children were taught Agnihotra. So each of the children performed their own Agnihotra. And within 1 year, the viral load came down and the general health of these children improved a lot. So that was really a very good result. And so we have seen it in many ways. So this is one part. And one last comment. You know, for Ayurveda, most medicine is made from herbs. Now, plants suffer from the pollution as we humans do. And that means also the medical potency of the plants is reduced. Now, when we perform Agnihotra, it comes up again. And we are just now preparing a research project together with the All India Institute of Ayurveda in Delhi to see, you know, what is the difference between the plants in Agnihotra atmosphere and the plants somewhere else, and see how these plants then are getting healthier, have more of these important substances, and thus we can get better Ayurvedic preparations in this way. So this is what is going on right now.
Yeah, that's very beautiful, in fact, and it's so creditable. So I wanted to ask you, I was a little curious to know, how did this journey of Ayurveda started in your life? So as a child, were you knowing about what is Ayurveda or something? And which country do you belong to? Where did your parents knew something as a word of therapy like that or not? Over to you.
No,
Thank you.
no.
No.
I mean, I was grown up in Germany, and I was 30 approximately when I learned about that. Only then. And
Only then.
yeah, and then I became interested in it, of course. And then also I visited India a couple of times, and so. But before that, I didn't know much about it. I've heard the word, yes, but I didn't know much about it. So it only started when I was 30.
Okay. And by the time, what was your perception? What was Ayurveda before you came to really know about Ayurveda? What did you think it was?
Oh, I just thought it is one of the alternative therapies. I mean, I was interested in a little bit. I knew about like homeopathic medicine and stuff like that. I was more interested, although, in psychological therapies like Gestalt and all these things. I was more interested in these. But yeah, I just thought it's one of these alternative therapies.
And what fascinated you most about Ayurveda that brought you that it will be a mainstream thing for your life? You never knew about it. So what fascinated the most?
See, it is very simple and very effective. It is powerful, yeah, and it's very simple. This is why I continue with it.
Mm. And what are in your personal life, apart from Agnihotra, any other thing that that you have taken from Ayurveda to have a healthy life that you would like to share with our viewers?
I mean, of course, I'm a little bit interested in food. I don't know much about it. And, you can't learn everything. And of course, I know that meditation is very important. So that is one of my practices also.
Okay, which meditation do you practice?
Very simple, like just observing the breath, things like that. I do a little bit of pranayama also.
Which which one? Which one do you love?
The
Alternate
alternative
nostril
to,
breathing.
yeah.
That's pretty interesting. And so presently you are in India. Which part of India are you in?
In the moment, I'm in MP, Madhya Pradesh,
Mm.
just in Indore in a hotel, waiting for, that is tomorrow, I'm flying to Jorhat in Assam for some conference, agriculture conference. And then after that, I go to to
Another place, any another state in India.
yeah. First, I go to Bundelkhand, Jhansi, for another conference,
Ah,
microbiology conference.
okay. So environment and environment related things. Agnihotra is doing a lot of job in that. It's a very good therapy. In fact, we have Neil Kumar as well. Neil Kumar, your comments before I talk to him is further. Over to you. Thank you.
Ulrich, welcome to Healing Our Earth. Wonderful to hear your story. Ulrich, tell me, since you originate from Germany, and Germany are very good at the Ayurveda packaging and white labeling and products, how do you feel Ayurveda is in the mainstream in Germany? Is it acceptable? Is it recognized?
There has been a big change in the last 10, 20 years. There are some Ayurvedic clinics which are recognized because they are run by normal doctors of medicine. And it even has become a little bit of a fashion, but that's more for beauty and for well-being. It is not so much for treating severe cases, for example. That is there, but that is not so widespread yet.
So do you feel, because a lot of manufacturers actually import products from India, and do you think in future it will be part of a mainstream medication or mainstream education? Do you think education will be following some of the Ayurveda courses?
In the long run, definitely yes, because in the long run, this present system of medicine, I think that is at its peak and will go down because basically they treat diseases, but not like Ayurveda. Ayurveda supports the health of people. That is not the main interest, especially of the pharmaceutical companies. For them, the best patient is one who lives long and is sick all the time. So he needs some medication for one disease. Then, these pills have side effects. For example, they affect the liver or some other organs. So he needs another medicine and so on. And this for the rest of their lives. These are good patients, these are good customers because they always need something. And with Ayurveda, it's different because the Ayurveda, the approach is to improve the health and to improve the immune system and all these things, then you can't make this much money. So it will not be a fast transition, but in the end, I think there will be no way. We have to go to a more natural way of healing. And definitely, Ayurveda is one big factor for that.
And so, Ulrich, the exciting bit is that you vociferously believe that Ayurveda is good because you are already in India. You want to know more about it. You've also tried to get more involved in it. Do you feel that the younger German, the younger generations of the German have started taking interest? Do the younger ones ask you questions and everything about Ayurveda?
Definitely. When I was talking about these things 40 years ago, it was very difficult, and always people thought somehow he's a little bit crazy, yeah, or they were laughing at certain things. For example, when I mentioned cow dung, yeah. But the funny thing is, they were laughing, but then also always one or two persons in the audience told me, "Oh yeah, but I remember my grandmother told me a story, and they told stories about the medical use of cow dung." Yeah, like for example, that in Scandinavia, when people were intoxicated with alcohol, what they did is they packed the person up to the neck in fresh cow dung, and the cow dung took all the poisons out of the body, and next morning he was okay again. So that showed that this has a great power, this cow dung. Another story was quite interesting. In Ukraine, people told me that in the old times, before the weekend, the girls wanted to be beautiful, and if they had any pimples or impure skin, they made a mask of fresh cow dung and let it dry, and then washed it away, and then the skin was shining again. So these things were known. In Switzerland, one nurse told me she still had learned the method. They didn't practice anymore, but she had learned the method that earlier they disinfected floors of hospitals with fresh cow dung. Like what they do in India now, they spread the cow dung mixed with water on the floor. Yeah, and this they did also in hospitals in Switzerland, and then they collected it again, and this disinfected the floors without all these negative side effects which we have now when we spray these disinfectants. So these things are known, and young people are now more and more open, and we see that every year, we get more and more people starting Agnihotra and being interested in these things. So yes, people are more open in this direction, more and more.
Thank you, Ulrich. This is very interesting because these are the kind of tips that we want to learn. We'll ask Nishit, our technical director. Nishit, if you could come in, and what question, as Ulrich has said, something very useful. He's in India at the moment. He believes in Ayurveda. He is from a generation who can also guide the younger generation. Amrita, I love the point that the younger generation have started taking interest. And as you know, Ayurveda is on a push because of the integrated health. It seems to be one of the leaders. Nishit, what are your thoughts and comments? Over to you.
Absolutely. So I didn't pay much attention to Ayurveda until we started the sessions here, and I got to know more about Ayurveda from the various practitioners and experts on our sessions. So I started then incorporating Ayurveda in my daily routine. I first try to understand what is my body type or dosha, and it is something called kapha pitta. So a mixture of kapha pitta. And based on that, I started doing some activities which I just incorporated into my daily life. So I started waking up a little bit earlier, around 6 o'clock, to counteract the sluggishness of kapha. And then I started using tongue scraping as well to remove toxins and to stimulate digestion. I started doing simple things like warm water with the fresh lemon juice and some Himalayan salt to sort of kickstart digestion. And then not very often, I must say, I would try and do sun salutation. Not so easy as it seems to be. It's a very tough one. I think you need a lot of practice to do it properly. But they say doing the sun salutation helps awaken every part of the body. But yeah, it's not the easiest to do, I have to say. And at other times, I might do some mindful meditation, sort of to ground the vata and center the mind is what I was told. It will help you to do. So I tried, and then we come to breakfast. So I used to skip breakfast because I was doing intermittent fasting, but now I do have a light, maybe warm breakfast, and I try to have it with some spices like cinnamon maybe, or a little bit of ginger or something like that. And then I'd be off to work, and mid-morning now I'd take a break. Before I wouldn't take a break. So I'd take a little break. We got a little treadmill at the office. I'd go and do a little bit of treadmill walk and stretching, maybe just to keep my energy going. And at lunch, we used to sit at the table and work as we're doing our lunch. But now I take that break off the table and do a little bit of mindful eating. So I'd have a meal at around about 12:30. Because I'm told that's when your pitta energy is strongest, and foods that are nourishing, that are not too heavy, that kind of a meal. Otherwise, then my afternoon I'd be sleepy. Again, in the afternoon, I take a short break sometime. I make sure I have some herbal tea. So you can have various kinds of teas, but I have oolong tea, which comes from India as well. It's just loose leaf, and I have that so that I don't have any burnout of working too hard at my desk. And one other thing I learned was to stay hydrated throughout the day. So I have more water throughout the day than I used to before. And then in the evenings, I used to think that working full hours are very good, but actually evenings I now tend to wind down. So maybe do some meditation or some mindfulness practices. And we have a small dinner around 7 o'clock so that we don't have late dinner anymore, no large meals in the evening. And that I was told will help ensure proper digestion. And then I have a warm bath in the evening to relax myself and calm the mind and get into bed a little earlier than I used to before. So I was used to like 12 midnight bedtime. Now it's gone down to about 10:30, 11, and to try and get adequate rest and balance my body. And another thing I learned was seasonal eating. So there are seasonal fruits and vegetables that align with the rhythm of nature. That's something I picked up from one of the sessions here. So eat with the seasons. That's what we learned. And so that's what I started doing as well. I learned how to use spices wisely. So like turmeric, fennel, which are both beneficial for my kind of body type. I have heard of this, but I haven't yet engaged in this. This is a regular Ayurvedic cleanse. So it's a little bit difficult because I don't know what to do, and I will speak to one of the practitioners here to guide me. But I am told that the Ayurvedic cleanse to reset the digestion and clear toxins of the body is very useful. And that's basically what I've been doing so far from the tips and tricks I've learned here and how I incorporate Ayurveda in my daily routine.
So Nishit, there are some of the tips that you picked up. Urlich, what are your tips? I mean, are there any particular tips that you have got, Urlich, that you practice? And number two, whilst you are in India, what are the favorite Ayurveda products you are going to take back home?
I mean, my main tip is really perform Agnihotra morning, evening. That is the most important basic thing, yes. And then Ayurvedic products, I mean, I really like turmeric and ginger. And okay, we get that in Germany also. Here I can also get it in organic quality. And what I take home sometimes is Chyavan brush, good quality Chyavan brush. That is something which I like.
Is it something
And
you've used and is it something you've used and you've experienced health benefits from?
Yes, that gives me a little bit more energy. Also, some time ago, long time ago, I did short panchakarma, and now some friends just go to a place where they have a 2 weeks treatment, panchakarma treatment, and yeah, I'm happy for them. I would be more happy if I could do it also. But this is something which I want to do sometime also. From time to time, I think it's really good. And then otherwise, some Ayurvedic massage is also something which I like. And you can get it here.
So Panchkarma you like, Chamanprash you like. Amrita, what are the benefits of Panchkarma and Chamanprash that you know?
Chyawanprash is one of the most popular medicines of Ayurveda. And I would not say it's a medicine, it's like a herbal tonic. So it's made up of a lot of ingredients that are full of antioxidants and minerals and nutrients. And because it's multi-component herbal combination and also it's a paste, people love to have it in many forms. So it's not like a medicine. You can have it with the bread, you can easily roll it on a chapati bread, or you can just take it as such. You can have it with the tea. So this kind of a paste is very rejuvenating. And in India, most of the people in winters, they take it all the seasons. And it definitely, as Ulrich mentioned, it is quite rejuvenating. In fact, I have different, being a practitioner of Ayurveda, I have 3-4 types of Chyawanprash, which many herbal companies, which local, I would say, who have their organic herbs and organic gooseberries. This season is the season of gooseberries. So the first thing I take is a gooseberry shot with ginger in the morning. That's my Ayurveda tip, which I take because it's seasonal and it grows at my home. And therefore, Chyawanprash has been always a part and parcel of many people in India and other places as well. So it's a super tonic. As far as Panchakarma is concerned, as a practitioner of Ayurveda, I would recommend that it's not for everybody. It's not for every time. You must be very careful when you're doing Panchakarma. It's not for all seasons as well. So what kind of Panchakarma procedures you are going for, it's very important. In Panchakarma, basically, you have a pre-Panchakarma things and a major Panchakarma therapies, which includes Vaman and Virechan, which is called as diarrheal detoxification, as well as through vomiting you have a detox. So those kind of detox, your body must be well prepared for it, knowing about your prakriti, what you are, and also which season, any disease conditions in your body. So there are a lot of considerations that you must follow before doing that primary panchakarma. As far as the pre-procedures of panchakarma, like nasyam or Akshitarpanam, where we use medicines, Ghritam for eyes, or Karnapuranam, where you use some Ghritams for the ear, or just Swedan or Snehan, which means a hot fermentation of your body through herbs, or oil-based massage through that. These kind of things can be taken anytime, but you have to be very careful while using which oils you're using, what is meant for you, what time of the day you have been practicing, because after sunset you should not do it. In winters you should be very careful what kind of oils you use. So all these things are pretty more important. And over and above, Neil, I would also like to add, Ulrich, to your work, very recently, I worked and gave a presentation on Vriksha Ayurveda and sustainability. And there are so many concepts of Vriksha Ayurveda that matches with sustainability and carbon sequestration and carbon footprint management, that these scholars, they talked about planting trees. And when it comes about fumigation or Agnihotra that you are considering as one major part of therapy, I'd like to share a very small thing, which had been a very small thing in my life, but when I realized it is so important. So, because I am brought up in hill stations, Ulrich, in Himalayas, actually, I am brought up there, and we have a lot of pine trees and eucalyptus trees. And in winters, what used to happen that when I used to get up, there were fumigations and very good volatile fragrances, and I always remember winter in my hill station with that fragrance. What used to happen that the pine trees leaves used to shed, the eucalyptus trees leaves used to shed, and people used to burn them in that area. By burning them in that area, it used to, because the leaves have so good volatile oils, that by burning those leaves, the volatile fumes used to spread in the whole area. And that procedure used to be, I think, 10, 12 kilometers away from my home. But a pleasant breeze used to blow and take the fumes to my house. And I used to take the fragrance of that, and I used to feel so good. This is a kind of natural aromatherapy that comes. And I was looking at the researches. Even my dad used to do it in my kitchen garden, where we have local trees and the pine leaves used to shed in winters. We used to accumulate them and burn them in a corner, and the fumes used to come. And I used to see, oh, wow, what's happening? And it's a plaything for me in the childhood. But when I researched over it, I found there are so many good bioproducts that are released when these leaves are burned. And there are certain important volatile oils, as well as when you put ghee and other animal products like that and you burn them, it releases certain compounds like catechins that have proved to be very good natural producers and growth promoter for plants. And also they prevent the destruction of so many bacteria and viruses, as well as fungi that can create damage to the trees and the environment. So that kind of a concept of agrihoma, if we adapt in our homes and our environment, as you've been researching so much, has proved to be a generation old therapy that can be very productive in sustainability, and also working up to measure and work on the carbon balance and carbon footprint for the earth. So preventing global warming and climate changes, which everybody experience, all of us, we experience all these things, can be measured through all that by these kind of therapies that are age-old therapies, but are very beautiful therapies. Over
So,
to you,
Meera,
Neil
if you
Kumar.
had a choice to recommend to Urlich, apart from ginger and turmeric, which are actually products they can buy in Germany, what 5 Ayurveda products you think he ought to be taking back that can be useful for him in a daily general way?
As he's taking Chyawanprash, but yes, ashwagandha can be very good. Basil can be very good. Secondly, a fresh curcuma from India, definitely, because it is grown, it's a part of Indian stuff. And apart from that, Shilajit. Shilajit is a residue which has come, but it has got good properties. And if you take a little bit of Shilajit at this age, it helps you keep warming, especially of your age, or Rich, I'm saying, because it is also a rejuvenator. It's acting as a rasayan. It has many properties, medicinal properties, but still it is one of very good herbs. So for me, these herbs are good. Apart from this, clitoris, there is a herb of Aprajita which is known by Shankapushpi some places of the world. So uh, this Aparajita tea, this is called as blue flower tea or blue PT. Basically, it is also beneficial. So there are a lot of teas and herbal things that are available in the market in the form of teas you can take, in the form of herbs you can take. But yes, before taking herbs, you should be really very careful about what herb you're taking, and knowing the standardization procedure of purity for that. So, yeah, by the way, what herbs are you going to take, Ulrich, back home if you're going back home for your family as a Christmas gift, probably?
I have not thought about that yet.
Ah,
Maybe a good idea, but my daughter wanted some Ayurvedic beauty product.
yeah, sure. Ayurveda beauty products. I would say, rather than buying a beauty product, buy some natural powders and herbs which can be used and prepared at home would be the best beauty product. So there are a lot of applications which are available in the form of aloe vera, can be grown at everybody's home. You can take sandalwood powder, you can just take mud, you can take manjishta. There are so many natural herbs that can be used and can be prepared with a mixture of that can be applied based upon various type of skins what you have, whether vata skin or pitta skin or a kapha skin, that can be used. Even a natural milk can be a very good cleanser. Coconut milk itself, there are a lot of herbs that are naturally grown which can be mixed up with them, that can be used up as a beauty product. But yes, market has rolled up with a lot of herbal stuff in cosmetic industry as well, with a lot of cosmetics. But we really need to be very updated on the informations of what kind of things they are available. Some of them are pretty good, and some of them has to be cautiously used. And what are your personal tips? Do you share like anything Ayurvedic in your life, as far as creams or lotions or powders or toothpaste is concerned, Ulrich? Anything you use personally?
I mean, I don't use any cosmetic products. I use some Ayurvedic toothpaste, yes, which is now also marketed in Germany. It's, I mean, the recipe is from India. I don't know whether they now produce it in German, because they had some problems with the EU regulations. They made it very difficult to get these things from India. But otherwise, I don't use.
So can are there very strong rules and regulations, or there are strong guidelines that to sell the herbal products in Germany, or Ayurvedic medicines in Germany, or they can be sold with the name of herbal? What is your view out there? Thank you.
No, it's not my view. It is the legal situation is such. If you say something is a medicine, then it makes it very difficult. There has to be some approval process, and that costs per product at least 50,000 euro. So normally a small company can't do that. This is why often, for example, a friend wants to import ashwagandha from India, and we have a place where it is grown even in Agnihotra atmosphere, so of course organic in Agnihotra atmosphere. So I think the quality will be quite good. We had the same thing also with turmeric. The quality was quite good. But when you sell it, you cannot mention any properties which show some healing effect. You can say, I mean, definitely you can say it's good for your for beautiful skin and things like that. But for example, if you would say it would reduce your cough, or it would do anything related to health, it's not legally not allowed. You can't do it, and people, companies get a lot of problem immediately.
We have the same thing, I think, in the UK. And a couple of years it came about, probably in line with EU regulations.
Yes.
And here in the UK, you have to go through something called the traditional herbal registration scheme. And then depending on the number of active herbal ingredients, there will be charges that you are charged for per product. And if it is like a complex herbal supplement, let's say with 2 or more herbal active ingredients, the fees could be about £7,500, and then plus other supplementary fees, depending on things that you got on, whether products are sterile or not, etc., etc. So it's a complex procedure. It got a lot of normal other Ayurvedic products out of the shelves and out of the reach of people normally.
Yes.
Let's see.
These EU regulations started approximately 20 or 25 years ago. And of course, it was before nobody cared. It was not especially against Ayurveda. It was against all Ayurveda cosmetics, all natural cosmetics. And there were many small companies which made good stuff. And for a long time, nobody cared about it until they became too popular. And then big companies, they thought that is some competition. They didn't like it. So they went to Brussels, and they have their lobby there and said, we need some regulation. And of course, the lobby was strong enough, so the regulation came. And many of these small companies in Germany, they just had to shut down because they could not afford these things. It was really, one thing is good manufacture practice. That means they would have to have a real production line, everything with stainless steel and all these rules, which for a big company it's normal, but for these small companies was not possible. The same thing applies to India. And if you import, then you have to have the same certification that the good manufacturer practice is done in India. And that was a problem which some people also face. That's not so easy. And another thing about Ayurvedic medicine that was a big issue also was about the heavy metals.
Yeah.
Heavy metals according to Western medicine, they are just poisonous. And like if you but what these people do not see, that these heavy metals are purified in a very special process, number of times, and then the effect is different. Okay, the contents, if you do a chemical analysis, the contents will still be the same. These heavy metals show, but they have a different effect on the body. And this is something which in the West nobody would acknowledge. Therefore, these medicines can't be sold in Europe. It's not possible. That will still take maybe 10, 20 years till the science has developed so much that they understand it is a difference between the original of this metal and the purified form.
Yeah. These kind of practices will still take time for people and the administration to understand, but then the concepts of Ayurveda or the practices of Ayurveda, that should be simplified, and especially the evidences have to be collected on unanimous basis to make up a strong memorandum to make the authorities understand what kind of practice it is and how it is being followed and been practiced traditionally. And that's why the best approach that enrich Ayurveda follows is about reverse pharmacology, which is an approach where the concepts have been practiced and been followed for such a long time, and they need to be just verified and reauthorized and authenticated on the present scenario and the present parameters that will give an authentication for the practices of Ayurveda. And So do you have Ayurveda still is an exotic thing? What I know about Ayurveda in Europe is about its exotic stuff. So there are very beautiful parlors and spas which practices Ayurveda. So is in Germany these kind of practices there? Like it's like an exotic massage therapy which people know about. Do you find these kind of places quite often in Germany?
Yeah, it is more a lifestyle thing, and it was quite in fashion. I mean, even in the mainstream journals for women, mainly, you know, Ayurveda was a topic very often because it's but not so much as medicine, but mainly for beauty reasons, beauty
Hmm.
and well-being and relaxation for that. Yes, and it's also more for the rich people, not for the normal people.
Hmm. Yeah, the
Uh,
exotic Ayurveda or the
yeah,
richness of Ayurveda has been, yeah, as you said, it's a fashion and trend. So Ayurveda has become a trend as well as a fashion statement for people who are taking the procedures of Ayurveda. That's what you've been trying to say. Okay, and and so basically, how much does an Ayurveda massage costs in Germany in general?
I don't know. I don't know.
Don't
See,
know.
I live when I'm in Germany. I live in a place far away, and not
Hmm.
in a village. It's just on a farm. So and the closest town is maybe 30 kilometers away, and I never go there. And I doubt that they have an that Ayurvedic massage would be available. It's in big towns. I never go to big towns. I don't like big towns. I mean, when I travel, sometimes I have to, but normally I avoid that. So I just don't know.
Hmm. But that means you prefer to live in nature with nature in calm and serene environment. That means you love that.
Yeah, as much as possible, yes. But for the work, sometimes I have to travel. So tomorrow I will be in Delhi, okay, only at the airport. And I had been in Delhi last week for a couple of days, which I did not enjoy, but okay, it was necessary. Um, yeah, so if possible, I avoid that. So this is why
Hmm.
I can't say in Germany. Sure, there are places in bigger cities like Stuttgart or Frankfurt, definitely Berlin, where you can get Ayurvedic massage and whatever. Yeah, you have all the possible, but I don't know what it costs. Yeah.
That's nice. You have your own serene environment and um, you practice your own stuff. And Agnihotra, I think you practice there in that environment, which must be giving up a good aroma and good energy to all the environment. And I think nearby places as well, which is
Yeah.
pretty good. Yeah. And when Nishit, I would say your way of living and your practices that you have adopted from Ayurveda is also remarkable because knowing about yourself, and to be a kapha pitta person is, yes, I can make out you can be a kapha pitta person because for me in my analysis, kapha pitta people are very balanced because in them the water and the fire element they balance each other, and pitta is also a form of sattva. It's a fire and it's a transition, and therefore that transition along with the flexibility and grace of earth element can give you a very strong foundation, and all those people whom I know are Kapha Pitta are doing pretty well in their lives. And that's what I see, in fact. That's good to know to you to be a Kapha Pitta person. And yeah, we also have Vaidya Rajan Patnakar, who had been a great Ayurveda practitioner from Pune. Global Namaste. Can you share and say hello to Ulrich, who has been coming all the way from Germany, taking up the essence of Ayurveda from India and sharing so many things, and is over here to share his views in conferences. Over to you, Rajan Patnakar, sir, to also greet Ulrich and everyone. Over to you. Thank you.
Sorry to say, I'm from Mumbai, not from Pune. But
Okay,
no,
okay.
it's okay. I'm listening for last 15, 20 minutes because it was a very hard day for me. Meeting was there, conducted by Dudh Papeshwar and Mumbai Vaidya Sabha. I was
Yes, we saw.
there part of that. So yes, definitely, Ayurveda should be presented and must be presented in the authentic way. Then and then only it will give us a boost all over the world. Because in my opinion, the authentication and documentation is now need of the hour. In my opinion, when WHO has opened their allied center in Jaipur, in my opinion, there was a concept of a integrative medicine. But in my opinion, integration should be like that because nowadays there are so many examinations or so many, I think I would say, investigations and examinations which can be taken from the good things which are should be taken from allopathy or from the World Health Organization, and to practice proper Ayurveda or to present proper Ayurveda, it should be as per our Prakruti Parikshan. Then our four types of investigating methods, that is Trivida Pariksha, Chaturvida Pariksha, Shadvida and Dashavida. And then only the integration will be proper and we can easily, properly or authentically diagnose the patient. And to present these things, I think so, yes, herbs, minerals are definitely helpful, but as per the rules and regulations of each country, they are different. So that's why it is more difficult because today I just discussed with Ranjit Puranik ji, who is the now director of Dudh Papeshwar. He was there in America, in Houston, for that seminar. And he has got so many difficulties and so many regulations and rules about introducing the multi herbal products in America. Single herb products, they are available because when I went to my son's place in San Diego, I seen their products of Himalaya, then Sandus, but only single herbs. They are available there in so many supermarkets or Indian markets also. But to put our Ayurveda in front of all over the world, I think so, not their language should be taken, but Vata should be called as only Vata, not Vata, or Pitta should be called only Pitta, not Pitta or Kapha. So these things should be taken care of by us. That means we the Ayurvedic practitioners. Because by saying our words, that is also most important, and it will definitely help to guide, means as we say, the body constitution or the Prakruti of the patient. If we explain him through Ayurveda and through proper Ayurveda, it is more beneficial, in my opinion. Means when we call it as a earth, so earth is equal to Prithvi, Jal is equal to water. We should explain these things also. So that will get more authentication and definitely Ayurveda will be flourished in coming years. So thank you.
Rajan sir,
Wonderful.
one quick question, Rajan sir. Is it not
Yes.
is it not the case that if you're making some Ayurvedic remedy, it is usually made from food, and it is usually the problem would be standardization because you're making it from raw products which are sometimes seasonal. There is no standardization of what goes into it. Is that not what the normal other countries are looking for, a standardized dose of it?
Yes, definitely. Standardization, because the dosage are there for the kids or for the adult people or for the old people. They are there. But I should say, yes, you are 100% not 1000% right. The herb products and their purification is most important because as we take a simple medicine that is, we called it as a Lagu Suchekar, that is for Pitta. There are only 3 ingredients. But if one of them, that is Sunta, that is a dry ginger, if it's not pure, that will definitely increase your Pitta. It won't subside your Pitta. So that's why, yes, standardization is definitely need of the hour. And because in our granthas, when we take a or prepare a multi-herbal product, and the series given by our grantha means if you take a first tulsi, then shunti, it should be in this, I should say, mark. If we take, mix it and make it, there are so many contraindications definitely seen in these products, because the index which they are given should be mixed in that way only. And then we call it as a bhavana, means trituration in the juices of different herbs. That also should be taken care of, and the index which was given. Because when we take any medicine, the dilution of that medicine, as it gets accumulated with our pachak pitta or our digestive fire, that is taken care of by those granthas or those people. Means the diffusion of that medicine is also done very simplified in those days.
Yeah. So we were talking with Ulrich just a little bit before about how the EU here in our area had put some rules and regulations for Ayurvedic products, which knocked out most of them because of this issue of standardization, and then also not clear maybe contraindications, or maybe because it is such a personalized treatment per person that you can't have one size fits all kind of a thing. And so those were some of the common issues of access to people in the general market.
Yes, correct. And in my opinion, Ayurveda is such a vast thing, which I also, after practicing for 36 years, I'm still learning about that. Because a single medicine, if it given empty stomach, it has got different results. If it is given before lunch or before dinner, there are different actions. And because one medicine we can use in 11 type of different times, and that will give different effects on our body. That is also I'm learning still.
This is amazing, because once we understand this, we understand that commercially accessible Ayurveda is not an easy task because of this, and I do not see an easy way forward. Do you have any thoughts and ideas on how it can be made more standardized or more accessible, or maybe within certain narrow lanes of, this is available for these purposes under these conditions?
In our Ayush department, they are preparing herbs which they are giving to all the Vidyas or all the big companies also, and they are standardized. And the standardized markers, they also provide with that. And if you got any query, you can go to your lab or standardize it. Because in Bombay, at one of the science college, the principal of that college used to try these herbs for this kind of standardization, and he has done a lot of work on that. Because about simple basil, then guduchi, gudvel, and then so many things. Because he has standardized ashwagandha, shatavari. Yes, definitely should be standardized.
Super.
And the standardization mark should be there with a proper index in that, how it has given standardized. And only one company, which I know, that is Sri Dudpapeshwar, they are giving these their certification of each and every Suvarna Kalpa or Rasa Kalpa, which are multi-ingredient kalpa or medicines. Yes, they are giving that standardization slip with along with their pack.
Super. I started using herbal products probably around about 30 years back. They were not Ayurvedic. They were based off East Asian, so Chinese, Indian mix of herbs. And I started with a range of products that I didn't understand. But as I looked further into the company, I understood how they managed to do the process of extraction and then standardization and then packaging and then making sure it has a set expiry date, all this, and delivery system, how it delivers once it's in the body. All these things are very, very important in every stage of the production process.
Yes, definitely. Because the standardization includes all these things. Because not only standardization of the herb, but the authentication of that product also should be legalized. And the diffusion or the absorption of that medicine also should be explained in simple way to understood by any layman. That also should be done.
I think
And
as a
nowadays,
minimum, although herbal products don't qualify as pharmaceutical products, but they should meet what we call good manufacturing process anyway as a minimum, just to showcase and demonstrate.
Correct. Because so many small companies in India, they are against this GMP because they are using, or as I said, they are not using proper herbs or the index which was given by our granthas. They are not following it. So there are so many cases of I should say allergic reactions or reactions of those medicines. So these companies, I won't take the name of those companies, but they are big companies and they are against this GMP. And GMP was, I think so, on the process of implementation, I think so, 5 to 6 years ago. But they are against it and still it is in the process. So while using myself, I use only 3 to 4 companies which I had seen myself and their manufacturing process and their standardization. So I don't go to any other or big companies because so many representatives came to us and they tell us these are ingredients and all are mixed ingredients and which are beneficial in this and that. So I don't go behind those things.
Well, we have Nil Kumar on the screen as well. Nil Kumar, over to you.
Thank you, Nishit. I just want to update the viewers because a lot of people are following the cricket. Unfortunately, India is not doing too well. Australia seems to be over 190 for 3, so they are coasting to a win. But no problem because India has been doing sterlingly well. They are the only team that won all the games. It's just a potluck that in the finals, that's what's happening. So that's just a bit of cricket update. Rajanji, I want to ask you one thing in a simplest form. Which are your top 5 favorite Ayurveda products that are also readily available in a kitchen at home in almost any country?
Okay. That is jeera, that is then coriander, then another thing is turmeric, then dry ginger and wet ginger. These are my favorite products. And then
jeera means cumin, is that right? Cumin seeds?
Yes,
Cumin seeds.
So that our international audience. Now let's see Ulrich is here. Let's see if that is available in his kitchen. Ulrich, these 5 products, cumin seeds, ginger, turmeric, which were the 2 other?
dry ginger,
Coriander.
and coriander.
Coriander. Ulrich, is this readily available in Germany?
Yes. Yes, it is.
And so, Rajanji, can you give us, on each category, give us the best example why they are good for body? Is that good eating raw or eating it as a powder form? Over to you.
In powder form, it's definitely beneficial because to compose the pitta or the digestive fire, cumin seed and jeera. They are definitely helpful. And by chewing it, half teaspoon each, definitely give more good action than any antacid in the world, I should say. And I had used this in number of patients. Then dry ginger powder is definitely beneficial to increase your digestive fire and to uh, promote or to enhance all the other 6 elements in the body, that is rasa, rakta, mausa, meda, asti, majja and shukra. So it is more beneficial. Then turmeric, while you are having fever or no taste, your taste buds are drying out because due to fever, then turmeric only with our jaggery or turmeric with hot milk, that is definitely beneficial.
So also what I want to ask is, Ulrich, have you found any German Ayurveda products or a root or a herb or a spice that you feel we can introduce to Ayurveda in general? Is there any German product?
As I said in the beginning, I'm not really an expert in Ayurveda. I just know a little bit about one tiny piece of Ayurveda. So I do not know, but I think we have medicinal herbs in Germany also, and if an expert in Ayurveda would look into these, he would probably find some which would really be useful. Also, earlier somebody said we should concentrate on seasonal food, and also we should concentrate on plants which grow nearby. Of course, now it is very usual. In winter we get in Germany we get mangoes from somewhere. They don't grow in Germany, and definitely they would not grow in German winter. So it would be good to also find some corresponding medicinal herbs in these countries. But one thing is, in India, you have nearly all the climate zones. So, and we have, like if you go to Himachal, we have a very difficult, similar climate to our place in Germany. Like, for example, there they grow apples, yeah? Very similar to, we have snow in Himachal, there's snow in winter, we have snow in Germany. So plants and herbs from there could be corresponding to German climate very well.
Yes.
So that would definitely help. By the way, as was mentioned, milk, turmeric, jaggery, this is what one Ayurvedic doctor once told me. And for a long time, that was my last thing I took in the evening. And I really enjoyed. When traveling, it is difficult. Now in the hotel, I don't get it. And even if they prepare, I don't know the milk, whether it is really cow's milk. And the turmeric, very bad quality, and so on. So I even was traveling with my own turmeric and jaggery for some time so that I could prepare myself. But that's a good thing, yeah.
So all this powder form, whether it's ginger, turmeric, should it be consumed with lukewarm water or normal water, or should it be eaten dry or before food or after food? Rajanji?
Yes. If the turmeric powder should not be taken only as it is, with either lukewarm milk or lukewarm water or with jaggery. But as per the conditions or as per the body constitution, this will definitely differ. If a person having a kapha prakriti, that is earth element, is more in the body, then it should be taken before food, because the digestion of the medicine should and must start before our digestion of the food. So that is most important. In a Pitta Prakriti, it should be taken after food, any kind of medicine. Or in Vata Prakriti, as we say in Ayurveda, muhur muhur, or with our food, that is more beneficial.
Okay, over to you, Amrita. Your questions to both of them.
Thank you. It's very interesting, Ulrich, that you have your Ayurveda bag with you when you travel, and it's one of the reasons your skin also glistens and it glows at this time. So now we come to know how you have enriched your life with Ayurveda, and this is, I just want to tell all the viewers, this is a very small component of 0.1% of the aspect that we are showing to you and bringing to you, a simple aspect of Ayurveda from different people from different parts of the world and different walks of life, how they have adapted Ayurveda and what it means to them as well. And Rajanji, I would also like to ask from you, what are your personal things of Ayurveda that you use in your day-to-day life, and what are your secrets of life as per Ayurveda? As you're an Ayurvedic practitioner, but still you follow so many principles of Ayurveda. So what are your secrets of healthy life? Thank you.
There are no secrets, but to get up early and exercise. The exercise I am doing is only when we left the school. The physical training exercises are also beneficial for our body, and we have to invest only 5 to 10 minutes for that, not to go to gym half an hour of excessive warm up or excessive exercise. No need for that. Then I used to have a proper breakfast in the morning, and it contains only and only chapati or roti with little bit of ghee on that, and that I consume before tea, and then I took tea, because as per Ayurveda, what we eat in the night is properly digested, and our Agni, that is digestive fire, has started increasing. If we take tea or water on empty stomach, it will pacify that fire. Or if a person from Prakriti of Pitta, it will come up. So I treated so many patients or so many things of Amla Pitta, that is hyperacidity, only by guiding them not to have water early in the morning or empty stomach, have something, increase your digestive fire, and then you take any kind of water or tea or anything. So that I'm following for last many years. Then I took my lunch when I am fully hungry, because I don't like to take lunch at lunchtime, because in so many offices or so many schools or in so many big companies, they are having proper lunch time. So that is, in my opinion, not proper. And then in the evening, I try to take my dinner as early as possible. And after that, at least 2.5 hours to 3 hours before bed. So that is my daily routine. And
That's
I'm having seasonal fruits or seasonal regime, as told by Ayurveda.
So you are following a very disciplined life as per Dincharya and Ritucharya, and that's the reason of your health. Before we shortly move to Dr. Sharduli, we are taking up, Nilkumar, your comments and thoughts over Dr. Rajan. Over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for sharing some common tips, because today is not about Ayurveda presentation. It's all to do with why Ayurveda, how we fell in love with Ayurveda, how Ayurveda will go on. And now what we do, let's involve Dr. Sharduli here as well. And then we can chit chat with Rajanji and Urlich and exchange ideas. So Amrita, let's welcome Dr. Sharduli here and see what she thinks, why she loves Ayurveda and how she came about into Ayurveda. Over to both of you.
Thank you. Global Namaste. So from Mumbai and London, we are moving to Africa to Dr. Sharduli. And as far as I know, Dr. Sharduli is one of those names in Africa who has done tremendously well in the field of Ayurveda. She and her husband have been an exemplary person to promote Ayurveda and the traditional way of healing. African continent from its very natural state has been a continent of indigenous and traditional medicine, and the bioflora as well as the fauna of Africa is unique in so many ways, and people strongly believe in the traditional medicine system. And the exploration of that, living over 20 years in Africa, how well Dr. Sharduri has done. And let's come over to her and know from her the contribution towards Ayurveda, what she has done, and what has Ayurveda given her with her beautiful smile. Please welcome Dr. Sharduli. Global Namaste, and please tell our viewers about yourself and also how Ayurveda has been a part and parcel of your life. Over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, global namaste to everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, very well. And we can see your beautiful smile as well and the
Oh.
glistening bindi on your forehead. And please tell us more about yourself and let's know how Ayurveda has been propagated from Germany to India to Africa. Over to you. Yes.
Thank you so much. It's so nice to speak to you personally, Amrita ji. I'm very happy to see your beautiful face.
Same here.
Yeah, that glow, I'm
Same
quite
here.
sure that Ayurveda contributes quite a lot in that. It must be.
Sure.
Journey, sharing always whenever this question is asked, actually credit goes to three people. First is my husband, because of whom I traveled a lot. I got opportunity to visit many places. I have started my practice in Bangalore. Then later we shifted to Singapore. From there, South Africa, as you have seen, my post-graduations are from Italy. So because of his job and business, I moved to these three countries, and it was wonderful experience because we can say, from when we look at ourselves as Indian, India is a country with wonderful biodiversity and even cultural diversity. We say that within 5 kilometers, our language changes, food habits change, or you can say that the way we acclimatize to the area, the geographical region is amazing because we have this kind of diverse country. So for me, living in South Africa was a wonderful experience because I loved that country for its biodiversity and cultural diversity. And as I'm a student of Ayurveda and yoga, I believed always that wherever I go, because we call Anadi and Ananti, when we explain or when we describe about Ayurveda, we say Ayurveda is a Ayusho Vedaha. It's a science of life. And wherever there is life, there is Ayurveda. Another important thing is it's Anadi and Ananta. We say that wherever there is life, since when life started, and wherever it is applicable, there is Ayurveda. Because it will be, everything around us is Panchamahabhuta, and wherever there is any expression of Panchamahabhuta, we have Ayurveda surrounding us, because that's a knowledge which is about Panchabhautik expressions in our life and in living and non-living. So wherever we go, when we call ourselves as Ayurveda fraternity or students of Ayurveda, for us, this whole universe is our home.
True.
So this was a common thing, or you can say that was the bonding. Secondly, Africa is specifically as lived in South Africa. South Africa is such a beautiful place, and I met wonderful people. As I said, that my husband who took me to the places, and he was very enthusiastic when I declared that I would like to do my post-graduation here and I want to practice as Ayurveda practitioner. I have registration as Ayurveda doctor in South Africa. So he was very enthusiastic about it, and he used to take me to all the botanical gardens. We have gone to many communities like Alexandra and all. You can call it townships, African townships. He was the person who took me to African healers, because he told me that if you won't go out and you tell that you're Ayurvedic doctor or you are a student of Ayurveda, then no one will understand what you're speaking about. So that community experience goes to this guru, my husband Rajiv. Second, my guru of Ayurveda, and since then, when I started my career or my post-graduation, Professor PH Kulkarni, he was the one who gave me this vision. It's his brainchild. My thesis, which is comparative study of Ayurveda and African traditional medicine, interpretation, critical study, or rather say, not interpretation, critical study of African medicine in Ayurvedic perspective, and critical study of African indigenous South African medicine plants in Ayurvedic perspective. This was a kind of unique concept he gave me. And in his words, he said that you have to put on that, you put on that spec, or rather that kind of vision of Ayurveda, and look at everything around you. And you do the documentation. Okay, like if you see there are water sources, if you see there are medicine plants, different medicinal plants, then just keep thinking that how according to Ayurveda it can be used, or how what kind of contribution or panchabhautik, we call it panchabhautik making of that thing, living or non-living must be. So this kind of perspective you gave me, and this is how my study started, that I wanted to practice Ayurveda, but it was not possible for me to bring in all the Ayurvedic medicines every time, as we were settled. We are permanent residentship. We have that in South Africa, so it was not possible for me to bring in all the medicines every time from the luggage, and not necessarily I was getting all those medicines which I used to practice with in South Africa. So because of this study, because of this vision, everything became so simple. PH Kulkarni sir told me that, okay, try to practice with the local medicine plants. So as you know, every Ayurvedic student, we can't take anything blindly. Okay, just like because there should be some kind of theoretical, or there should be some kind of philosophical explanation, or there should be some kind of analogy behind it. So I kept thinking about it. Then I started doing a study of panchabhautik contribution, or constitution rather, of every medicine plant around me. So my first step of study was comparative study of Ayurveda and African medicine, and I'm so fortunate that I found a wonderful friend from African Healers Organization, late Pepsile Maseko. Unfortunately, I lost this friend and my pillar of strength to COVID, but I can't take any work ahead without saying her name, because she has lion's share in my work in South Africa. She was the one who appreciated what kind of efforts I was doing to communicate, to connect, to have a bond with African healers. Because for me, the way I was indigenous, or rather say traditional Indian doctor, for me, they were traditional African doctors. So that was a bridge between us. And she actually gave this name of bridging study to my thesis. And as you mentioned about, I'm fortunate when I listed, or I made a pharmacopoeia of 33 indigenous South African medicine plants for my own practice. And later I shared that with African healers. We have been practicing since 21 years. I have given permission to use my thesis for training of trainers, for primary healthcare providers of African medicine. So in that curriculum, they have included this thesis.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it was. And my guru gave name to that pharmacopoeia. He said that this is Sharduli Nigantu. And that is the biggest honor, I must say. As you know, Nigantu is the list of all the... Yeah, all the herbal list, you can say, for practice. And Pepsile Maseko, she insisted that I should be part of African healers practice. She said that you will be, I feel it's great honor for me. I'm the first Ayurveda doctor to get this position in our traditional organization. We call it THO, Traditional Healers Organization in Johannesburg, as Ayurveda facilitator. And that is the biggest, because she never took that identity from me. I used to go
Right.
there. I used to be part of their symposiums, their many conferences and even meetings for mainstreaming of African medicine. You can see the kind of trust we had in each other, that we were like just we were representing sister sciences, you can say, and we became sister because we had great passion for our respective medicinal approach. And she used to take me to the campaigns where we were, both of us, we were promoting our respective sciences in the form of scientific knowledge. Because the way I was practicing evidence-based Ayurveda there, she said that, Dr. Sharduli, we would like to have you to tell this, rather share this vision of yours, that how traditional medicines can be part of mainstream when they are supported by researches. Because research is very much important when it comes to approaching youth, or when we are addressing different cultures, because there should be some kind of a bridge, or you can say a common language where we can explain everything to them. So she was very much instrumental for my career there. So these three people definitely, yeah, they have the credit to have this 21-year bonding friendship with African healers and my practice there. I think there is some next question.
Yeah, that's really very creditable and wonderful. In fact, what all things you have been doing, and so when you moved to Africa, what kind of similarities did you find between African traditional medicine and Ayurvedic traditional medicine, like the herbs or their practices, or what did you explore about? Please tell our viewers about it. Thank you.
First, thank you, Amrita ji. First striking similarity is both are holistic sciences, and both have spiritual foundation, we can say. When we think of like if some African healer is approaching a patient, then they think of not only body, they also think of mind and spirit. And that connection, that is very common thing, because we look beyond the physical things. That's the peculiarity of traditional indigenous sciences. We can say indigenous knowledge systems, rather, of ancient cultures like India and Africa. Secondly, they can use anything as medicine. We call it Naste Aushadham, Jagat Sarvam. Everything we can use as medicine if you have that vision.
Yes.
And we have, Ayurveda has all sort of knowledge which can empower you to practice wherever you are. You just have to have that vision, that's all. Third important thing which I found is they use almost all mode of administrations, routes of administration of medicine, the way Ayurveda has. They use basti, they use enema, they also do Rakta Mokshan. There are some interesting treatments, like if a patient is having pleurisy or anything which is regarding heart or lungs, so they give like a little a kind of what we can say, a small cuts, not deeper. Okay, they do that around intercostal region, and then they put some kind of powders, or they also apply kind of decoctions in that region. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Second, and another thing is, when I started working with them, they had great curiosity about other, you can say, flora and fauna from other region. Like Ayurveda has some kind of, you can say, Ayurveda has given some, in Charak Samhita especially, we have a guidance that how we can use foreign plants or plants wherever we are practicing. There are some kind of guidances, Anukta Dravya, we call it, that how to include Anukta Dravya or medicinal plants which are not mentioned in our Sahitas, but we can use it with that guidance. African people also has that kind of vision. They have a broad mind where they include everything. Like they also consider that everything in this universe can be taken and can be practiced. So they accepted me the way I was, with this traditional get up and with this this kind of accent I have. I had been also that time. It was typically Indian accent I had. They accepted me like I was. And for me, that was a great friendly gesture, because I am a vegetarian person. So they organized everything. They gave me that kind of respect, that due respect, and that kind of open heart and open mind. Really, I admired that. That actually attracted me to that culture. And we did lots of work together, because mainstreaming of traditional medicines is you can say weak point, or you can say that's a great concern for everyone who is practicing traditional medicines, because for us that's our permanent you can say. Now things have changed quite a lot, but I'm speaking about 2002 when I started practicing there. That time I was thinking, oh no, this is the same struggle what Ayurveda is having in India or worldwide. So we were going through the same thing. So for me it was like, okay, now it's like I'm helping my sister science. That's all, because we are in the same boat and we are struggling in the same way. So we helped each other in such a way that even in COVID-19 era, that time also we did integrated medicine symposiums. And this integrated medicine approach was not possible without African medicine helping me or supporting me or accepting me as their partner. I hope you can understand that they had to.
Yes.
Yeah, they had to go a long way to accept Ayurveda, then accept this thesis, and then implementing this thesis to study African medicinal plants or their approaches, medicine approaches. We have done many conferences and Ayurveda conferences together, where we presented respective approaches and again integrated. Like if the way I was using South African medicinal plants for Ayurveda practice. Of course, with that application of all the Ayurveda theories, there was a philosophy supporting that practice, but they also started doing the same thing. And now, luckily, I'm part of Africa Study Center. That's a global academic platform, as from whom Deepti ji is the core member of that foundation. And she, because of it, not only Deepti ji, all the members, we are trying hard to connect all these rather we can say bond for betterment of all indigenous knowledge systems of African countries, rather
African
and
countries.
Present South Africa, because I had been working there and I have great friends there, and we have a good network there. And whenever we think of means Africa Study Center gave me a kind of team where we have only one passion, that working for Africa, working in Africa, and helping indigenous knowledge systems of Africa in our own way, maybe little contribution from ours, because we are grateful to that wonderful continent. I am so grateful to land of South Africa, because it gave me a different perspective. I would have been just an Ayurvedic practitioner if I wouldn't have been there. It gave me a kind of vision. That was amazing opportunity I got, where I was practicing with and within the African community. And that was great honor for me. So this is how it is.
That's a beautiful note of your journey in South Africa. We also have a founder and director, Neil Kumar. Neil, before I put on more questions for Dr. Sharduli, your comments, please. Over to you. Thank you.
Sharduli, thank you for your story and your reason for Ayurveda. Tell me, how is Ayurveda treated and respected in South Africa? Do you think it will be part of the mainstream health? And how do people view it? And do the local indigenous Africans also believe in Ayurveda? Over to you.
Namaste, Neilji. It's a great honor and pleasure to talk to you personally.
Global Namaste.
Yes, thank you. Actually, I would like to refer to that period when I went to South Africa in, I think, 2000. And since then, I think I was trying hard to practice Ayurveda. But that was the time when Ayurveda registration as Ayurvedic doctor was not that easy, because I was just BAMS and I wasn't having any post graduation. So I kept searching for some institutional support and also for local community support. Yes, definitely Indian people, that time also Indian people had great passion and love for Ayurveda and yoga. But when it comes to Ayurvedic practice, as Ayurvedic drugs were, it's like our Dadika Nuskha. Ayurveda is a household thing for us. It's our lifestyle. So it's not necessarily for everyone to come to Ayurvedic doctor to have Ayurvedic guidance. That was the time when people used to have on-counter medicines, and they were using that. So for me, it was a big question that what kind of role I have in this kind of mixed community or a diverse community. I always had great passion for research, or you can say ongoing upgradation of our knowledge. So that time I kept looking for opportunities that I want to do some post graduation where I can raise a little standard of my practice, and I can give something more to this community. So that time also, rather that time we didn't have any institution for post graduation, and in 2006 or 7 we had a global Ayurveda conference, World Ayurveda conference in Jaipur. So that time I participated with this friend of mine, Pepsile Maseko, and both of us gave a presentation. What is the situation of Ayurveda in South Africa? In that presentation, we honestly mentioned that we need scientific approach for using traditional or indigenous knowledge systems in this new or modern South Africa, which is proudly called as Rainbow Nation. If we want youth to look at Ayurveda or indigenous knowledge systems with respect, and as if we want them to choose this as a first choice of medicine, then we have to speak the language of research or evidence-based language. And for them, we have to provide much more data, clinical data, research data. And that was our presentation. I was fortunate that Ayush took notice of that, and they sent MOU on my name. I took that to Indian consulate, and in 2009, till then, there was lots of groundwork done, because I was already working. I was giving lectures in universities, in communities we were going. Even when as I was doing my post-graduation, we were also visiting African healers or their patient pool, their conferences and symposiums. So that was enough groundwork. And on that basis, we formed a foundation called the Ayurveda Foundation of South Africa, TAPSA we call it. And I worked as a CEO for 3 years for that foundation. In those 3 years, we held 3 national conferences of Ayurveda, definitely with the support of Indian consulate and Ayush. Through these conferences, we spread awareness about evidence-based Ayurveda, and fortunately, in that team, in that board, we had Pepsile Masiko, who was representing traditional medicine of Africa. So this kind of approach, we're working with community and with these 2 mainstreams or with these 2 traditional streams, it definitely helped us to create awareness or to promote our respective sciences. And luckily, what happens in this kind of mixed community where majority people are, they, within their heart, the way Indians do, within their heart, they have great respect for traditional African medicine. But it happens that if there is, if we don't speak their language of youth, then for them, they actually don't pay much attention to that. Unfortunately, it also happened with Ayurveda and African medicine in those times, but we kept pushing a lot, and through that we were able to, I was successful to have my registration as Ayurveda doctor. And with the support of Traditional Healers Organization, I was able to spread word through the African communities that got good support for Ayurvedic practice there. So that's why I say that they have lion's share, because if they wouldn't have accepted me, my approach towards Ayurveda, then this was not possible for me. So this is how we came from only Ayurveda to Ayurveda as a science, and as integrated medicinal approach with African medicine, and as a sister science of African medicine. With each other's support, we are going forward till today.
So that's quite exciting. It's nice to know how Ayurveda is developed in South Africa. Do you feel that going forward, South Africa's national health will actually accept Ayurveda as a mainstream, integrated, holistic way of medicine?
For Indian community, definitely Indian community is approaching Ayurveda doctors. But when it comes to, as majority people are African people, and I'm very proud to tell you that through Traditional Healers Organization, whenever we are giving primary healthcare training for African healers who are newly enrolled, we have 80,000 members to Traditional Healers Organization, and those 80,000 African healers with their patient pool are already practicing Ayurvedic principles in their practice, because my thesis is already part of their curriculum. Also, in their training course, I have written small, you can say, just single 1 or 2 chapters in very easy language, which is a little bit familiar to them, because as I had been studying African medicine, I know where to relate, which term can be related to which term of Ayurveda. Like if we are using, as we practice Basti, and they are also using enema, so I know that word which they refer to in African practices. So this is how we have already we are already practicing Ayurveda through integrated approach. But I can't expect from African people to accept Ayurveda as their mainstream science, because they have their rich science, traditional science, and they are already approaching for mainstreaming and evidence-based studies of their science. And we always had been in support with each other. If African person, I have many African patients who actually come their first choice is Ayurveda and yoga. We had expo when we had conferences, and in those expos, many people from different walks of life, like corporate people, or you can say even from South African film industry, we have some patients. I won't say them patients. They are like, they were. I'm really fortunate person that people used to approach me that we have preventive medicine approach in Ayurveda. You have preventive medicine approach in Ayurveda. So can you help me to stay healthy and young? Can I do some things? So I used to give them customized lifestyle management guidance. I have done that. As my husband was in corporate, it was quite easy for me, because I used to give them, after Prakriti Parikshana, I used to give them for that climate, their kind of, their environment and their day-to-day lifestyle, I used to give them guidance. So I have such amazing patients who came for this approach, preventive approach, and then if they are having some health problems, they definitely used to come and approach that, okay, now I'm having this problem, what can I do for that? And I had South African medicinal plants for my health. So these are some things like aloe ferox. Aloe ferox is a common, or you can say commercial plant of South Africa. Aloe gel, which is commercial product worldwide it's used. That is actually taken from, harvested from aloe ferox, that is the indigenous South African plant. So through my study, I provided them 14 new medicinal uses of aloe ferox. That book is already published, and that book got Wabhat Puraskar because they are already using aloe ferox sap, leaf sap or gel, as a kind of beauty product, you can say. For cosmetic industry is definitely using aloe gel, but they were also taking that as their day-to-day tonic, general tonic or detox. So I gave them, when we apply all the Panchabhautik theories to these kind of plants, then we come up with many medicinal uses. So I listed all of them, and I gave them a kind of a small guide. Because, I didn't want to actually overburden with lots of Ayurvedic theories and that Ayurvedic terminology. I have used a very simple language because anyways they are using that as cosmetic product. I gave them a kind of guidance that you can use it in certain health problems. So 33 medicinal plants which they were using as their traditional, the way we use spices, their traditional herbs, or you can say traditional medicines, I just gave them Ayurvedic perspective for using that. So that helped me to have many African people or many different people, different races, to opt Ayurveda as their first choice of medicine. So it would be, I don't know, rather honestly, I won't try a lot to push these things, because personally I think it's a choice of a patient, which they think according to their cultural background, according to their philosophical concepts, and their faith in some certain traditional medicine. So it is a choice of South African people. If they opt Ayurveda because it's happening now. Ayurveda and yoga is a household day-to-day thing now. When we had conference, Ubuntu International Yoga Conference through ICCR, me and my husband were working as academic coordinator for that conference. And there were, I think, more than 5 or 6 speakers we had at that time who were representing yoga from African community, their practices they were speaking about. And all these people, most of these people from South Africa were 2 representatives from Traditional Healers Organization, because they are my associates and we had been working since 21 years. And few of them were from different African countries where there are different forms of yoga, like Kemetic yoga is there. And there are different forms of yoga which are, they are definitely using that, but in their version. So this is the scenario.
So Shaduli, from what you are saying, now is the right time to have an opportunity to integrate with the South African traditional medicines and general attitude, bring the Ayurveda and Ayush wellness and well-being through yoga, naturopathy, Unani, and all the other peripherals. And I think it's time that we can take it to the next level, where we can plan education form of integrated health, where we can penetrate through the children, through the school authorities, to see if some of the courses can be adopted. So I think it's a very good time, and we are glad that you're connected to us from there, and thanks to Dipti and yourself. Amrita will be in touch with you. Let us develop this model, because at Healing Our Earth, we are very keen to have the younger generation, through the education authorities and the health authorities and the arts and culture authorities, to promote the holistic, alternative, integrated health, and it's people's choice. The people can then decide what they want to do. So let's develop this more. We got one of our guests as well, Dr. Sarita, and she was there last week. I would like to involve her and ask her opinion as well of what she thinks of it so far, because today, more than just Ayurveda, we are celebrating the day. Why Ayurveda? How Ayurveda? What interested? Global Namaste, Dr. Sarita, all the way in India. How are you? And unmute here. Thank you. How are you?
Global Namaste and thank you. I'm fine. How are you?
So, what are your thoughts on what Sharduli was just saying? Because she does say that while we are still not part of the mainstream, the opportunity is right now to educate people, and a lot of African indigenous people do visit the Ayurveda practitioners for their first advice. Your thoughts of how we can integrate and how we can get more people involved in not just Ayurveda, but the Ayush Ministry's wellness, well-being thoughts.
Okay. I think what Vaidya Sharduli just now said was a very important input as far as the Ayurveda is concerned, and as well what Africa as a country with their own tradition are already working in their own way. Integration is certainly important, and more Ayurveda should be propagated in these countries. And I think educational stream is the right way to do that. So how can we incorporate in their education can be one way of thinking of it. And also more and more practical approach, the way she said just now that she has been working with Ayurveda and trying to understand their tradition and trying to compose it together and go ahead. So I think that's the right way of doing it, because as far as Africa is concerned, what I got from her speech is they already have their own tradition, and maybe then imposing Ayurveda as a Indian science, I'm not sure whether it will be 100% possible or not. But without disturbing their tradition, if we start merging it, naturally, one day will be there that Ayurveda will be as strong as their own traditional way. So, we have to explain it without hurting their feelings or their knowledge.
So, Dr. Sarita, what you are trying to say is let us embrace them, let us learn from them and from ourselves and come with a fusion idea. So, we pick the best of everything. And just to tell you, the Indian origin, Indians actually moved to Africa over 250 years back. So, some of the medicines that the Africans are practicing were actually given by the Indians, because at that time, you see, we didn't have these pharma companies, and what we call jadi booties and herbs and spices is what people used to practice with. And one of the most important bit was turmeric, which now the Japanese and the Chinese and the British accept has got the best medicinal value. The Indians, of course, knew that several thousands of years back when they first discovered the spice. So there is an opportunity to pick the best from each, merge the best from each. So it again comes back to integration. So if we can integrate holistic methods, bring Ayurveda, which is a front runner slightly above homeopathy and Unani and naturopathy, which is a part of that. So I think we got an opportunity. Dr. Sarita, tell me, how old were you when you first took interest in Ayurveda? And how did you come to Ayurveda?
I was, say, 17 years old when I, as in Indian practice, educational practice, after the 10th and the 12th is passed, we take admission to some of the professional courses. I was decided that I want to go for the Ayurveda.
So was it a family tradition? Who convinced you? How was it? Somebody in the family who was Ayurveda practitioner, or something happened in the family and you suddenly studied and found a solution? What was the interest that generated and you went into Ayurveda?
Yeah, actually there was nobody who was running the Ayurveda tradition in my family tree, but my father was a great philosopher. He was a principal of law college. He was studying and he was teaching law, but he was a very keen learner and very voracious reader, and we can say Pandit of Indian philosophy. So we have been discussing a lot about Indian philosophy, Sankhya Tattvajnan, and everything, and Atharva Veda and Rigveda. So these discussions were very common in our house. And
So-
from that, I learned that Ayurveda is also part and parcel of our own Vedas. And I was always attracted towards Indian philosophy too. So when a chance came that I can learn Ayurveda after my 12th, I was decided that I would like to take this path. Fortunately, I got good merits and I got flawless admission. And I was more fortunate that the moment I got admission for Ayurveda, I also got a very good, very old and very senior guru to learn by, Guru Shishya Parampara. He was, my guru's name is Shri Krishna or Anna Shastri Karmarkar from Nasik. He actually taught me Ayurveda not by holding my hand, but he made me learn myself. Like he used to keep open Charak Samhita in front of me and used to tell me that try to understand what is there in the Samhita. I was very raw at that time, used to try very, very hard. And those days I have experienced very differently that how a guru makes Shishya study on their own. So a time used to come that I used to sit in front of him for 3 days, and we used to get stuck up on some shloka, and he used to expect that I should explain it with tika to him, that is the critics. But I just couldn't understand the shlokas and the critics as well.
So
But
you were a teenager when you took an interest.
yeah,
Ever since then, you are still practicing. Now you help others. Stay around. Let's find out about Rajanji. At what age did he take interest and what came into his life that he turned into Ayurveda? Rajanji, over to you.
Because it's a tradition in my house. My father and mother, father from a very renowned college in Bombay, that is Mumbai, from R.A. Poddar. And my mother was very from renowned institute in Pune, that is Tidak Ayurved Mahavidyalaya. So basically, I was very keen because our course was after 11th. That time, SSC or the secondary graduation was not after 10th, it was after 11th. So I took admission at Mumbai, very near to my house, because only grandmother and father were in my house. So that's why I lost my mother in 1973 when I was in school. So that's why I took admission very near to my house, that is next station from my house, that is at Shiva Ayurved Mahavidyalaya. And it was a great opportunity that the stalwarts like Vaidya Madhav Sane, Vaidya Sardeshmukh sir, and Vaidya Karambedkar, who taught us that chikitsa, that medicine. Then for Gynac, our Rege madam, who was, I think so, first PhD in Gynac from Bombay University, and so many other good, very learned and very well versed professors throughout my career. And so I was here with all of you and practicing for last 36 years.
That's wonderful. That's really wonderful. How we explore Ayurveda at different fronts, and how Ayurveda comes to each one's life. Um,
Okay,
that's really
Amrita,
nice.
Amrita, just one
Yeah.
second. Ulrich needs to go because he's catching a flight. Ulrich, thank you very much. You're part of Healing Our Earth now. Your input is very important. We are going to keep in touch with all this group here and see how we can develop the educational aspects of Ayurveda and holistic matters. So, Ulrich, thank you very much. Auf Wiedersehen. Dankeschön. Thank you. So it's lovely to have
Please,
different people.
please unmute Ulrich. If yes,
Yes.
if you want to
Okay.
say.
Auf Wiedersehen. Dankeschön. And yeah, it was a nice, lively discussion. Learned quite a bit. And let us see and stay in touch, okay?
Only just before you go, what age
Yeah.
did you take? You're obviously not an Ayurveda expert, but you love Ayurveda, and now you're studying more and more, and you are in India at the moment in Madhya Pradesh. What age and what interest, what it took an interest that you turned into Ayurveda?
No, I mean, I told I was 30 years old when I started, when I got into Agnihotra, which is part of Ayurveda.
Yes.
I was 30 years.
So again, for several years, you've now been following it. You're very passionate about it. You've come to India. You are in MP at the moment. You are about to fly to Assam. Ulrich, we wish you a bon voyage and please keep in touch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. See you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ulrich. Thank you so much for coming and joining us.
So it's wonderful to have Ulrich. Now, we've got the two slightly younger generation, Amrita and Sharduli, and you are the current, in a current trend. You obviously, the other two started a teenager much ahead of you, and Ayurveda was a bit different. It was more like how we say the Vaidyas, you see, they were more traditional, but now Ayurveda education has moved on so much. There are so many books and texts and so many studies. In fact, some of these studies actually can verify the benefits of Ayurveda. So moving on to Sharduli and Amrita, both of you, same question. What age did you started and what are your thoughts? How do you think Ayurveda should move on to? Where should it move on to? Should it be part of curriculum? Should it be part of medicine exams and everything? Should there be professional exams that should be recognized? Not just how it is right now. So over to Sharduli first and Amrita, over to you.
Thank you. I'm a fortunate daughter where I have Ayurvedic practice in my home. Like my forefathers used to practice Ayurveda, Vaidya as we call it. But in the, like my father and grandfather were not, but my grandfather was a scholar of Pracha Bhasha. Means, he was scholar in Sanskrit. He has done translations of Puranas and Upanishads. Dr. Gova Tagare or Dr. G.V. Tagare, who is having lots of books online. And we had this kind of, as Sarita ji mentioned, when you have, these kind of things fall and subconsciously you absorb these kind of philosophies. So that kind of scholarly approach towards, or rather say that having having questions over it, having queries or inquisitiveness about how to apply these ancient old theories or principles to current time. This kind of practice, this kind of, we call it sanskara, I had in my family. Later, when I got admission, that time it was after 12th HSC board, we were getting admission for Ayurveda through the proper admission process. And I got admission for Ayurveda, and I'm lucky that in my family, everyone was happy that, okay, there is someone who is taking ahead this parampara. So that's why I said I'm a fortunate daughter. And later, when we were studying, this foundation or you can say seed of my study was planted when I was in graduation course. That time in first year only, when we were learning Ayurveda, there were kind of shlokas and also we are fortunate to have teachers who used to relate those things to contemporary time. Like if there is a shlok like Chikitsa Nasti Nishphala, then our teachers used to tell us, okay, now you must be seeing around you that how doctors are respected. So this kind of relation or relating Ayurveda, that ancient principle, that ancient theories to current time was a kind of embossed, that was imprinted on us in that young age. So when I started looking in South Africa for Ayurvedic practice, like when I started making my mind that I am going to practice in this country where majority people are African origin and they have their rich culture and African medicine, their indigenous medicine. That time it was quite easy for me to understand this thing because I was always in that comparative study format in my mind. Like if I'm learning about Kamala, then that time I was also, our teachers used to teach us about or let us know about jaundice also, different types of jaundice. So it's kind of comparative or contemporary, or you can, nowadays we call it evidence-based. This kind of practice was already imprinted on our minds. And that made us quite easy to, for me, it became very easy because as I have studied in Marathi medium school, I was not that fluent in English. For me, the most difficult thing was understanding Ayurveda in English and then making my patients or my audience understand it. So I always used simple language because that was how I understood. Since childhood, I was imbibing those principles, those shlokas, that kind of philosophy. And then the way I understood, I used to simplify and translate and let my audience and patients know about it. So this is how I started. This is how Ayurveda came in life long back, even when I was not born. So this is something lineage I have got. And now when I see that, nowadays it has become very easy to practice Ayurveda because there are rules and regulations. There are councils supporting Ayurveda. You can have various generic medicines which are clinically researched and then approved by councils, various councils, and it's very easy to practice. So when I see this scenario, I'm very happy to see this change. And definitely there is good future for Ayurveda because as we are currently going with the modern research terminologies. Now, when I used to speak about active ingredients or chemical composition of alloferox, chemical composition of albizia, chemical composition of acacia, then my patients used to relate to that because they were listening to these words. So this is how scene has changed.
So you are lucky you had a lineage and you followed it and you are happy and you also found a new method and a change. Rajanji has got a question, we'll bring him. We got Gautami here, who is a supporter of Healing Our Earth. She's not an Ayurveda expert, but she knows a bit. Gautami, have you got a question to ask any of our panel? Over to you.
First of all, global namaste, sir.
Global
And
namaste.
global family. I actually want to ask you that any medicine in Ayurveda which works on the lupus name disease.
Well, that's Dr. Amrita and Sharduli. Both of them will answer that. Okay, over to you, Sharduli first, and Amrita, if you can answer Gautami, please.
Yeah, I think now we should give opportunity to Amrita ji again because it's been, I've been speaking.
No, Dr. Sharduli, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Amrita.
I'll add on.
Yeah, Namaste Gautami. It's so nice to see you and we welcome you to the fraternity. It's so nice to have this enthusiasm and inquisitiveness because that's the strength of youth and you should retain that. That actually leads us to all sort of researches and new practices. So I give you best wishes first of all if you're interested in practicing Ayurveda. When we come to lupus, if you have ever heard of Ayurvedic thinking about skin diseases, you will know that is included under that kind of diseases which is chronic and which is kind of iceberg pattern. There are so many things which are happening under inside the body. All the hetu, we call it, means all the etiological factors which are we can say related to this kind of diseases. There are complex things which are related to diseases, and this gets expressed as a kind of autoimmune response, like your own body is acting against your own immunity system. So this is when this thing happens, then we have to understand that from where things are going wrong. So that very first thing which have gone wrong, we have to start looking for the etiological factors or reasons behind this disease. And definitely always there are three factors. There is diet, activities which are not supporting, or you can say stressful life patterns. Nowadays there is pollution, and and third thing is which is very important in Ayurveda, that comes under actually that relates to stress, is behavior pattern, or your ethical makeup. We can say that there are certain things we have in our paramparas. We have a kind of lifestyle. We were guided to have a balanced lifestyle which supports our own specific constitution, prakriti, we call it. Okay, if you are supporting your prakriti, if you are having that kind of food habits, and even our genetic food patterns, genetic food memory, we must say, then things come under control. So pathya kalpana is very important when it comes to immunity. There are definitely medicines which act according to symptoms. So we have to look at the set of symptoms, then we have to address the symptom wise, and then we have to give medicines. In my style of practice, we usually use the local plants, and I mostly go for herbal practice. You can say we in Ayurvedic countries we call dravya chikitsa or ekeri dravya chikitsa, or vanaspatija chikitsa we can call. And wherever there is necessary, yes, definitely we can use some generic rasakalpa. But we have to start from very first step. This is how the approach, I use this kind of approach while treating skin diseases or chronic diseases or diseases which are related to our immunity system.
Actually, ma'am, my mom is suffering from this disease from 2 years. And this is very dangerous to survive in this condition, because there is no one doctor in this city who can tell that this is a lupus. All doctors just give Vata medicine and tells my mom that this is a Sandivat, this is nothing any serious. But it's increased so much, so now she is taking steroids. And
yeah,
it's
I
also
understand that.
steroids, I guess. So we are giving her so much ghee. So much ghee we are giving her, so steroid doesn't affect very seriously on her body.
You know, actually, Ayurveda, most of the Ayurvedic practitioners go for, they never are in rush to have a term about any disease, because we look for dosha balance, or dosha chikitsa, we can call it. That there should be, that's why these doctors are referring to Vata, because they must be they must be seeing moreover Vata related symptoms. So you know, these things, lupus and all these terms are like new terms, or you can say these are the terminology according to modern medicine. But in Ayurvedic style of thinking, we usually don't rush to give a label to any disease, because it's not always something which is looking from above. As I said, it's always that iceberg thing, and that's why Ayurvedic treatments are so meticulous and so detailed, because we give attention, we pay attention to all those details of the disease, that how things must have started. So we have to go for a very elaborate approach. We have to go in all the details, note down all the symptoms, note down the severity of the symptoms, all those things which you use in diet, what you think are the behavior or activities which are pressing her, which are putting stress on her. So then we can come to the conclusion that what specific medicine we can give her. So never rush for the treatment when it comes to Ayurvedic treatment, because we have to go to the deep rooted things, and then only that's why we people say that when I started taking Ayurvedic practice and see my symptoms or my health problem has gone completely. Why these things happen? Because we always go for deep rooted diagnosis. I hope.
Ma'am, some doctors suggested my mom that please take a Shivambu Upchar.
Okay.
But it's also harmful because of medicines, na?
I haven't studied about Shivambu a lot, but I have seen many people who have great faith in that. They are using that safely. So we have to approach those people who are actually practicing that.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Gautami. Lots of best wishes to you. Stay happy and healthy. Yeah.
Gautami, that's very creditable. You are working for your mom and you are taking care of her in all those ways. And so what Dr. Sharduli has said is very important. It's very important to firstly for us to see what actually your mother is suffering from. But one few things that I would recommend to you would be stay positive, first of all, right? And follow the daily regime. That's very important. Timely eating, and specifically don't take a lot of spices, don't take a lot of heating things. Take more organic food, homemade food which is fresh, more of fluids. And it's very important to have a plant-based diet, means all vegetarian food, more less of sugars, because sugars enhances those conditions of triggering those factors, right? So not a lot of fruits which are too sugary, but mixture of them, and especially antioxidants in form of gooseberry, which is called as amla. You can have spirulina. These days we have a lot of greens like spinach. You have as well as onions, which are green onions. You can also have fenugreek, which is methi. So a lot of greens are available, which you can prepare some juices and stuff that you can give to your mom or as a cooked food, but not at all a heavy diet. Good fluids are at least 7 glasses of good amount of water she must take every day. And also stay away from lot of cosmetics. No, so using and showering, she must take care of having a herbal light soap, or sometimes just pure mud. You get sandalwood, you get mud, which is a clay mud that can be used for showering rather than a lot of cosmetics. So the more she'll stay natural. Sorry. Yes.
My mom showering with milk. Shower with milk.
Shower with milk, but then, it's so expensive. How much can you drain on your costs for all that stuff is also very important. And milk these days is also not very pure. And as far as Shivambu is concerned, I would say it's a very critical thing whether it will be really working for her or not, because these days the toxins that we are consuming, and it's coming in the urine, and if she's taking any medicines, that will also be a part of that. So Shivabu as a part of treatment, I'm not pretty sure whether it will be a real stuff or no, but still this dietary regime, if she will follow, as well as following up with the basic concepts, would definitely help her in taking good amount of antioxidant, may fight with autoimmunities and managing her stress level. We also have Dr. Sarita, whom I would definitely like to have her expert opinion, who is with us, and she's also very much experienced in all these things. And if she can help into it, please go ahead. Yes, Dr. Sarita, please unmute yourself. Over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Amrita. Gautami, first of all, best wishes to you. And it's really a proud thing that you are taking a lot of care of your mother. Lupus is a little critical skin condition. One thing is, as Vaidya Sharduli said, it is a chronic situation and it is little difficult for the healing. Also, the recurrence is very frequent in these conditions. So the complete cure seems to be little difficult in these particular lupus conditions. But nevertheless, as already Vaidya Amrita has said, it has a lot to do with our lifestyle. And in Ayurveda, we strongly believe that what is the hetu, that what are the causes because of which this has happened. Diet can be one thing, then there can be some exercise which might have gone wrong, maybe some wrong lifestyle, or also there are some things, that a person is doing for years together unknowingly, and it affects the skin in adverse way. Like say for example, I can explain you that eating a curd, dahi, every day in your diet, especially eating it in the evening time with meals, uh, is a big cause of skin disorders, according to Ayurveda. But nowadays, many people don't know that curd consumption can be hazardous to our health and especially for our skin. So unknowingly, a person keeps consuming it. Another example can be of Viruddha Ahar. Viruddha Ahar is mixing two substances together, especially with milk. So if you are mixing some fruits with milk and making a milkshake of it, even if it tastes good, for skin, it is not a very recommended food. Also, eating too much of green vegetables is really not recommended according to Ayurveda, because in Vagbhat Samhita there is a shloka, a shakabhuk. So many times eating many green vegetables for lunch and dinner also can cause certain skin conditions. So I think you are not from Ayurveda field, right, Gautami?
No, ma'am, I'm doing Sanskrit special now. So,
Uh-huh.
literally, it's my subject in future.
Okay. So I would suggest you to go into the deep knowledge of Ayurveda diet. And that Ayurveda diet would certainly help you correct the some unknowingly mistakes going on in the diet. And rest of the treatment of Ayurveda, if you want to, or if you wish to continue, you have to really, your mother should be in good hands of some good Ayurveda, very experienced senior practitioner, because lupus is not a condition which can be really treated by all.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, matlab, she's suffering from 2 years, and doctor don't know that what is a lupus.
Yeah,
Many
it
of
has
the
got to do with the immunity also, and that is why the recurrence is, very frequent in lupus. But as the immunity increases, there is a treatment called as Rasayana Chikitsa in Ayurveda, and that certainly helps. And usually in conditions which are related with the immunity, this Rasayana Chikitsa, Ayurveda practitioners keep on giving parallelly along with the main disease treatment, and it certainly helps build on the immunity of the patient. And as the immunity goes up, the disease condition starts declining. That is the usual experience. So it has to be handled in that way.
okay, ma'am, is workout is fine or not?
Workout, it all depends what type of workout she is doing. As far as simple walking or say yogasanas or say especially breathing exercises are wonderful exercises for this. But rather than that, uh, very heavy exercises I would not certainly recommend in such a patients.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Most welcome.
Yes, and what Dr. Sarita said is very important, as well as I think a little detox of fasting and how do you adapt those kind of regular diet and dietary stuff is very, very important and critical part of the treatment, and especially once we know about how it is. So basically, Dr. Sarita, also tell me, so Gautami, you stay around because we would like to have your some of the tips and how Ayurveda has influenced you. Before moving to you, I would like to ask Dr. Sarita about what are your personal things that you use as a part of Ayurveda, and what has like been a part in the family that yes, this kind of some spice or some cosmetic or some things that you have been using and buying from the market that has been an integral part of your personal life and your family. Yes, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita. It's a good question because charity begins at home. So unless
True.
and until you really experience yourself, you work on it yourself, and your confidence never builds up. So as far as my personal life is concerned, my family life is concerned, uh, Ayurveda is our breath. So we live Ayurveda way a lot. Especially
Mhm.
about the diet, if you ask me, we follow Ayurveda diet, I would say almost all 90%. So
Hmm.
eating home cooked food, right from the milk to making ghee at the home itself. Also, I try to cultivate lots of vegetables in my own yard, garden.
Hmm.
So I'm a strong follower of organic food. So we get all organic vegetables from our garden. Also, I have worked a lot for mm, some getting contact with the farmers, and they have been encouraged to farm only organic plantations. And now we have created some buyback system to those farmers. So not only me, but there is a group of us who are getting very fresh organic vegetables on a weekly basis from those farmers. So that is one team
Hmm.
building. Also, I cultivate my own vegetables from my own garden. As far as Ayurveda, there is another most important thing is Abhyangam. I have been extensively
Hmm.
traveling a lot for Ayurveda work. So, getting up early in the morning, start your travel. But before that, Abhyangam Nityam Acharit. So,
Hmm.
Abhyangam is a very common thing, and it is not just a Diwali thing in the house. So, also, what we say is Ubatan or Udvartanam, that is
Hmm.
Abhyangam and Ubatan. That is very regularly practiced in the house. And all those oils, basically, we have our own production. So, the production wing
Hmm.
of Ojas Ayurveda, we actually prepare all these of Siddha Tela for the whole
Okay.
year, around a year, which we use for our
Hmm.
own patients also, our Panchakarma treatments also, and the same thing
Hmm.
I use for my family also. So as far as the
Hmm.
diet is concerned, I think I have explained. Uh, Abhyangam is one thing which we Dasya is also one thing which we meticulously follow. Uh,
Hmm.
as far as the exercise is concerned, I strongly believe in exercise. So at least 30 to 45 minutes of yoga, Surya Namaskar, deep breathing, and walk. Any two of these
Hmm.
is done on a very daily basis. The whole family is very much fond of exercise, and all of them are into Bharatiya Vyayam Paddhati. So none of us
Hmm.
go to any gym. Uh, they are doing there is a type of I would like to explain a little more on this, that there is a type of Bharatiya Vyayam Paddhati Vidya, Vyayama Vidya, that is called as Krishna Vidya, which
Okay.
includes certain only Indian exercises. So that type
Hmm.
of
Like.
courses, it contains well, it starts from Surya Namaskara, and there are some muscle gain exercises into that, strength gaining exercises
Hmm.
into that. So my both sons, they have been trained into that, and they are meticulously doing exercises on that way only. So that is
Hmm.
regarding exercise. As far as Ayurveda is concerned, one more thing I personally believe is into stotra chikitsa, like reciting our daily stotras, Sanskrit stotras,
Hmm.
especially loudly, physically in the house is important. I know that
Hmm.
nowadays everything is available on the mobile, everything is available on the
Yeah.
laptops, and
Yeah.
you just plug in and Atharva Shirsha Stotra
True.
starts, you know. But reciting it yourself, it creates
Hmm.
some different kind of resonance in your own
Hmm.
body and in the whole
Hmm.
house also.
Hmm.
So in the evening, we believe that certain stotras are recited in the house. So I think that also helps a lot. Uh, the whole family is very much fond of music, especially classical music.
Okay.
So I think we've got some internet problem at Dr.
Problem.
Sarita. We'll come back
Yeah.
to her in a moment. She's back here, so we'll just bring her back in. What I would like to discuss now, Amrita, is Dr. Sarita mentioned about yogurt, and yogurt may be harmful if you take it at the wrong time. So let us tell the viewers what is good to eat at right time and what not to mix in a simple format, what not to mix, because that would definitely be dangerous or can cause skin rashes or can go some sort of skin condition. So let us tell in a simplest form. We go around over here. I have got some tips. I'm not an Ayurveda expert, nor do I follow any holistic methods. My following is just nature. But I feel, and this could be, and you can confirm either one of you that whether it's Ayurveda, I think one should cook their own meal. If they practice to cook their own meal, then they know what they are putting in there. They do it to the taste of their own choice and they know the ingredients they are using. Okay. So that's one tip I like giving people. I also feel that people should stop consuming packaged and processed food. They can have it, it's fun, it's easy, but not daily. If they eat it once or twice a week, it's okay. Do see how much salt and sugar one has got. It's important that you do see that and you trust that what they are saying is correct. Another tip that I would like people to follow is to stop consuming white sugar or artificial sweeteners. Now, Ayurveda also confirms this, but you may defy, you may challenge. Any one of you ladies can say whether this is Ayurveda or not. The other thing is drink nice, reasonable amount of water. Generally, you can't get poisoned with water, but if you drink 25 liters a day in one go, then you will actually have adverse effect. But consuming 2 to 4 liters, 4 liters if you're in a very hot, humid country, then you need to replenish your water. So that could be good. Avoid, avoid coffee. If you are addicted to tea and coffee, then maybe slightly more tea and green tea is better than coffee. Detox yourself regularly. So these are some of the tips that I feel are also part of Ayurveda. But if we go around, and let's go around with Sharduli first. She's both in India and Africa. What are her 5 best tips of what not to eat and what to eat? And again, try to give an answer that is readily available. So if we want to tell people that, look, eat exotic fruit like pineapple if you want to lose weight, well, every country doesn't have a pineapple, for example. So bearing in mind what is readily available, 5 food that one should eat without harming the self, or 5 foods not to eat because definitely they are either conflicting or can result into some sort of medical ailment. First to you, Sharduli, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Neelji. When you mentioned about water, I have a different angle for this, because when I used to give guidance about water consumption to African people, then I had to study water resources in South Africa, because Ayurveda has a wonderful aspect about water. There are many treatments which are based around, or which are having sole water therapy. So it should be according to your prakriti, as much as you can digest, and which can be, that input and output should be always checked first when we give water guidance. So that is my aspect about having water consumption. So for my first, I hope you said food, na? It's not fruit, isn't it? If I heard correctly.
Yeah, either fruit or foods.
Food, okay.
It doesn't matter. It's just that every day we, and normally we do give presentation and sessions, but for an easy consumer, let us be very specific what can be safely eaten and what can't be eaten, where people have got an habit. So generally, for example, eating.
It's very difficult when we speak about Ayurveda. Ayurveda is actually not that general science, but as you say, just to make it simplify, because there might be something which is like a medicine to some prakriti or some kind of person in some specific genetic pattern and in some specific geographical region. But just to simplify it, I can say that one should consume all kind of food which is grown in that person's geographical region where you're living. Most ideal would be which is according to your, what we can say, genetic food. Like if I am vegetarian for generations, then suddenly having something like suddenly starting non-vegetarian food would be harmful. So I won't recommend someone who is suddenly people go for protein rich food. So that is hazardous to adopt something which is not compatible to your genetic memory and your kind of constitution. So
okay, so let's pause there. Let's go slow, because we are giving people tips. And they are not experts. Okay. So what I gather from what you said in a simplistic form is try to eat the seasonal vegetables
food,
and the fruits of the country that you are staying in. Secondly, if you were to introduce a different diet, then do it very slowly and gently, and don't just suddenly do it. So that is what you are saying in a short form. Carry on, please.
Yeah. And even with fruits also, some fruits like pear, apple, which are well adapted to all sort of prakritis, can be taken. Vegetables which are commonly used, means suddenly introducing something is hazardous. So commonly used seasonal vegetables are good for your health. Amla is something which can everyone consume in any season. Certain spices like turmeric and jeera, dhania, all these spices which are used in Indian kitchen are also useful for everyone, which always there is some kind of this discretion for using these things, but they can be used as their seasonal therapy, you can say. Milk products, specifically ghee, can be consumed by everyone and should be consumed in limited amount, obviously. So these are the tips from my side, which I follow myself. Wherever I live, I eat the local food.
And in the countries where the water may not be available or is very scarce or is not safe, which fruits or vegetable are best to consume to try to compensate the water content for the body?
Yeah, if you are having cucumber in your area, then that can be consumed. Gourds can be consumed for that purpose. If certain areas have coconut, like beach area, or you can say in those areas where there is a coastal line, they can use lots of coconut water. And if there is even less water available for you, if you are using a pinch of jeera and dhania in that water, then it becomes kind of medicine for all kind of prakritis or constitutions and health issues. That helps quite a lot for removing toxins and helps for rehydration. It's kind of rehydration solution for everyone.
So you
So that
mentioned coconut water.
yeah,
Coconut
coconut
water is
water can be
also
done.
isotonic drink as well, which means
Yeah.
it is a health drink as
Yeah.
well. And coconut cannot be adulterated very easily. So in order to inject something in a coconut, you can't use needle because it will not penetrate. For
Yeah.
countries like India, for example, where the climate can be very hot and the plastic-based waters were there, we suggest, and I always suggest that, drink fresh coconut water in the coconut itself, because you can't leave it outside for more than 28, 24 hours. It will lose its value. Then I think drinking coconut water in every coastal area should be and must be which will be very good. Maybe watermelon, if you are in some areas, again, is also good, particularly if you are dehydrating. Cucumber, as you say, are very good. So
Yeah.
see, we are now giving actual tips of what can be available and what not. So let's pause there, Sharduli, and we'll come back to you. Amrita, your choices. Now, Sharduli mentioned amla. Amla is very rarely available in every country. So try to use fruit and vegetables in your list, Amrita, that is readily available for any audience from any part of the earth. Things like oranges, cucumbers, carrots are generally available in every country. Your choice of 5 vegetables that is good for body and 5 items that one should avoid just moderately may not be good for body. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. I think it also depends upon where you live, as Dr. Sharduli said, and what are your zones of areas where you stay. What kind of life you lead is also very important, and which kind of meals do you take. So a lot of times people have preferences based upon what is readily available, because life has become so fast that people just have takeaways. As a breakfast is being skipped, a little bit of lunch of sandwiches and a grand dinner, which also creates a lot of trouble. So if you have good choice of seasonal fruits and vegetables, as she mentioned, is important. But my favorite stuffs, if you have to consume, is as such, cucumber is good, zucchini is very good. I'd say kale, spinach, these veggies are pretty good. Lettuce leaves are good. And apart from that, radish uh, are pretty good sometimes. And even carrots with herbs, you can use them. So based upon different things, what you're taking is very important. Sprouts, as in, is also very good. And different lentils can be added, and spices can be added to it. Among fruits, it's very specific, because country to country it varies. If you have good berries, you must consume those berries. If you have a mango season or a melon season, you must consume them. As Ulrich mentioned about Germany and the climatic conditions, and apples are richly grown in those places, so that will have the richness of food and all the elements that are present in it. These kind of stuffs are very important. And moreover, it's not just about a plant-based diet, but yes, definitely a plant-based diet is much more healthier than an animal-based diet in today's time. And consuming milk and milk products, because milk has got its own bars because of the hormones that are being added to the cattle and the problems related to that. Apart from that, the kind of processing the meat has been, the availability of the animal foods and the animal products with chemicals and hormones also play an important role in the health of individual. So looking onto all those parameters, it is very important to see and design your own particular diet that suits you well. The only thing is that if you are having a good sleep on time and you're having a comfortable sleep, if you're able to breathe nicely and have no problems as such, and if your health status says you feel happy within yourself, is very important, and that gives you the guidance how healthy you feel. Ayurveda often talks about a very beautiful word which is called as ojas, which means uh, a sap of all the tissues. And this ojas basically is that kind of a sap that gives you a willpower to live and gives you an energy and is a nutrient form that lives in your tissues, and that basically comes from your healthy mind, body, and soul. And therefore, to keep your healthy body, it is very important to have the components of good diet and good lifestyle and sleeping, eating well, thinking well is also an important part of that life. Yes, Neil Kumar, any other questions?
So you mentioned about happiness. That's important. We are just going to digress a bit and go, we'll ask Lata to see how she uses any method of Ayurveda, for example, or does she practice Ayurveda? And then we're going to move over to you, Amrita, because you got a lot of tips. Lata, do you practice Ayurveda or do you follow Ayurveda, or does Ayurveda help you? Global namaste.
Global namaste to everyone here. It's a wonderful subject, isn't it? And we're really getting into the deeper levels. So it's really fascinating. But yeah, no, I've always loved natural remedies and homemade remedies, and I've always gathered the, good vibes, eating brown bread, eating wholemeal bread and atta, and good food at home, and having a happy constituency at home, and all those things, and keeping your mind simple, I think, and also being spiritually minded, always being grateful to God. All these aspects get into your within you, and your cells thrive on that. I think it's a composition, from what I'm gathering, is that no matter where we are, we're all very fortunate, whatever station we have been at through our journey. And I'm so happy to hear the wonderful experiences of everyone and how we can sort of interact with each other. But yeah, there are a lot of things that have changed over the decades, over the years, especially the consumption of plastics, containers and plastic lifestyle, always getting fast foods. How does it come? Packaged in plastic. And so we've got a lot of that going inside our body. The medication that people have been accustomed to with the Western world is all plastic, isn't it? Coated. And so we're consuming a lot of unwarranted or being unaware of how much plastic we're just taking, and where it's also coming from. Sometimes it's taken from animal products such as the cow. And so for vegetarians, that's unfair to give them capsules coated with, origins of animals. So it's all these kind of things that are going on in our lifestyle that we have to contend with, especially the screen, the electricity all around us. We just constantly dependent on electricity everywhere. and it's just in our face all the time. We can't help it as much as we don't want it. But where you lived, Amrita, you know, up in the hill stations where the pine trees grew, that is so ideal for health and well-being, because it diffuses all the bacteria and the toxins, isn't it?
Yes.
So that naturally, you know, nature takes care of all those things. And when we live in the center of London or center of a town, the pollution is just horrendous. So it's nice to live out in the country. I love living outside, you know, in the country, but it's not always practical. So as far as possible from central is I think advisable, away from the madness of the high electricity and other forms of pollution that toxinates the atmosphere, the petrol fumes and all the other heavy metals, the fast pace of life there as well, to get a lot more done than normal. We need to slow down our pace of life. I think that would help a great deal to extend our lifespan. But these are the kind of things I've picked up, you know, reading good things and being around nice people, our culture, connecting with our roots, and so many things, you know. But it's nice that we all are getting together, isn't it? And integrating and I just want to see how more acceptance of Ayurveda can come into our society. And I'm just wondering how it can be simplified. But yeah, it needs, yeah, we're getting there slowly.
Thank you, Lata. We'll come back to you in a moment. And so coming back to you, Amrita, what made you come into Ayurveda? I do remember that you mentioning that you are from Himachal Pradesh and presently you're in Punjab. Was Ayurveda your favorite choice anyway, or did it come by accident? Because it's not just Ayurveda you practice, you are involved in other facets of holistic approaches. So first, let's listen to why you chose Ayurveda and what are your thoughts on Ayurveda, how it should move forward internationally. Over to you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Ayurveda came to my life because I wanted to serve society. I wanted to help people. I always used to, when I used to go to the hospitals, I used to see people, how they, the doctors, and they always used to inspire me. And I used to get inspiration how well they are, and they are doing a noble profession, helping people, and that motivated me to be a doctor. But destiny brought me to Ayurveda, and when I studied Ayurveda, I found different facets of life, how life is so beautiful by knowing the golden rules of Ayurveda and practicing them, to follow them in one way or the other, and how these things can be incorporated in life. And it's all about healthy life, and it's all about living healthy. So a lot of concepts of Ayurveda is in the form of how well you can stay and how longer you can live. And the beautiful aspect of Ayurveda, which I like, is it's holistic. So it just doesn't talk about your physical body, it talks about your subtle self, your existence of your true self within yourself. So when you see yourself as a soul, when you see yourself as an energy, you have a very different perspective to look into your health and the grounds on which you feel. How can you make this soul more happy? And for that, you automatically shift to healthy living and you adapt the principles of nature and the beauty the life has in itself with the existence of how nature adapts its natural rules to stay healthy. Maybe you look at plants, you look at animals, they don't have stress, they don't feel anxious either in a way. And we are the ones who are giving them stress. And we also see how plants and animals abide by the rules of nature. And living in nature, I think, is the best fundamental of life, whether you talk about lifestyle, whether you talk about following the patterns. It also helps you in relaxing in many ways. So that moreover gives you happiness. So as you were talking about being happy, so what is happiness? And that happiness comes from many parameters of life. What are your approaches? What makes you feel good about life? What is giving you the real true worth of what you want to be, and how well you feel is all about Ayurveda. And it is not about medicine, it's not about massages. As Ulrich said, it's pretty exotic in many of the countries, but it's not about an exotic therapies. It's just about life and happiness and whatever makes you healthy, and how you heal yourself through the natural principles of life. We had a couple of good experts who had been talking about Ayurveda and their principles, how they have adapted Ayurveda on many platforms in different countries, and how they have been practicing different principles to stay happy and healthy. That is what Ayurveda talks about. And when you say it's about natural eating, because the principles have been taken from an age-old wisdom which has been existing 5,000 years ago. Therefore, these practices are in tune to be taken up now for the present time, to be practiced in a proper way, because the way life is now and how materialistically we have been so busy in this materialistic life. It has been gadget-oriented life. All these things make a big difference in valuing the real assets of nature. And that asset basically Ayurveda talks about. And it gives us those golden rules that everybody would like to live. So talking about simple tips and simple principles, what makes you healthy? It can be very simple as spending a time in your garden, or watching a flower for some time, or watching a bird flying in the morning, or just watching a sunset in the evening. All these things can give you a real happiness, because indirectly they are ultimately related to nature. And all these things are those subtle activities which we don't count as activity, but they are the real treatments. Those treatments that doesn't need medicine, but they are working on subtle levels at your mental works, where they release good hormones and they make you feel good, and therefore you feel relaxed. These kind of small works that you like, taking out time for yourself is very important. And when you take out time for yourself, you definitely see and overview life on your own basis. And that gives you, I say that is a kind of a real meditation in your life. And that kind of a meditation gives you an idea where you're walking in life and what are your perspectives in life and how you view life in so many ways. So all these things become so important that these kind of concepts people don't know about Ayurveda. And it is multifaceted science. It has its complete philosophy, which is ingrained.
Amrita, I'm pausing what you are saying slowly and nicely so our viewers understand. What you are saying, Ayurveda is not just about food, spice, and herbs. It is also way of life. So,
yes.
And as you say, at least 5,000 years back, I think somewhere I read it that ever since the human being started living on the earth, Ayurveda started, because Ayurveda is a way of life. So maybe it goes way beyond several tens of thousands of years back that people found. And one of the important aspect maybe of the life, would you say good sleep is very important in Ayurveda way?
Yes, sleeping on time is very important because how you sleep, where you sleep, what time you sleep, in what way you sleep makes a big difference. And it is as important as eating or drinking or socializing. People don't realize how important it is to sleep, but having your own personal space for sleeping and sleeping on time, following the circadian rhythm and following um, the patterns of day and night is equally very important. When in the evening you see the birds flying, moving to their nests, it's their sleeping time. And if you see around, they are really sleeping. And that following the role of nature actually is very important, because when you sleep on time, in tune with the hours of night cycle, it automatically releases certain very good hormones that makes you calm, that makes you feel good, and also helps you to change your metabolic rate. So a lot of processes are going on in your body that needs to take rest in the whole day. You have your stomach was working, your breathing patterns were different, your mind was continuously thinking, your digestive system
So
was active.
let us prescribe people, general people who are not Ayurveda experts or other holistic experts. Let's prescribe them, and we can say sleeping nicely, regularly will never harm you. Is that right?
Yes,
Try to
sleeping
sleep
nicely,
when
regularly.
your body is tired and asks you to sleep, do sleep, please. And if it requires a power nap, do that, because the body can rejuvenate. So it's very important. How important is breathing in the Ayurveda way? How important is breathing?
Breathing is very important because breath is that connection that will help you to connect your body and mind. People don't realize. And breath is also very much connected with your taste receptors.
So breathing is a natural process anyway. What aspect of breathing one ought to watch out for that can be additional enhancement of your natural way of breathing?
The breathing patterns basically are affected by your mental waves. So if you're pretty anxious, your breathing style will be different. If you're relaxed, your breathing style will be different. And that's what is the technique of pranayama. Pranayama basically, it's as the word talks, it's pran and ayam, means expansion of life force or breath. So when you're breathing parallelly, you are changing the pattern of your breathing, and that automatically changes your mental waves. So it is very important to concentrate on how you are breathing. Most of us, around 98% of us, are breathing very short and rapid breath, which is not healthy. Long breath, relaxed breath are very important. So breathing patterns change your mental levels of relaxation. A very simple example, whenever certain situations are tough and you have an escape from that, we take a deep sigh and we say, thank God I'm relaxed. Thank God it's done. Thank God I'm out of it. So when you're saying that, thank God, you are virtually taking a deep gasp. And when you gasp, you take a huge amount of air inside and you relax with a long exhalation. It automatically relaxes your mind. And therefore, these kind of subtle breathing techniques that we involuntarily adapt, that nature has blessed us with, are acting as a very good master for relaxing the mind. So if you have an idea to know how to control your breath and how to change your breath, it can way back help you in releasing a mental stress and make you pretty happy in stressful times of life.
So how important is meditation and yoga, both for breathing and sleeping? Do you think that if you know the right technique of meditation or yoga, it may help you to sleep well and all nice frame of mind? So would you agree that going to sleep, it would be nice to go with a good frame of mind, so the brain and mind have started relaxing? Would you agree?
Yes, it is very important to sleep with a good frame of mind. And that is why we personally advise people not to see their mobiles before sleeping. The sleeping time is a very personal time where you're connected with just yourself. And so when you relax, when you think good, when you are a little meditation and a little relaxation at that time can be very fruitful for getting a good sleep, because a lot of people suffer from insomnia and sleep apneas because of anxieties and a lot of other issues that are they face in their day-to-day life. And therefore, it is very important to have a personal sleep time and be very calm before sleeping. So it can be 5 to 10 minutes of calmness before you sleep. Another thing that I would like to add on this is having dinner on time. So there must be a gap of 1 to 1.5 hours to 2 hours between dinners and sleeping. People generally take dinner and they go to sleep, which also disturbs their mind. It is very important to have a gap because
Okay, so
in
let us
that
pause
time,
there. Let us pause
yeah,
there. One of the tips you are prescribing is that whatever meal you like, but then be mobile or do your housework or do your activity which are not very strenuous or where you are jumping about, so the food is jumping about. Let the food settle and go into the digestive
true.
system. Allow yourself 90 minutes to 120 minutes. If you allow a bit longer, it is better. And then maybe sleeping would be okay. Is that what you are saying?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. That's what I wanted
Another
to say.
thing you mentioned was a mobile phone. Now, most of the humanity is now hooked into a phone and mobile phone. So let's prescribe them how to avoid them. Number one thing, you have a facility to archive some of the chats and calls, and you've got facility to pick what you think are good energy. Don't look at your mobile phone with people from negative energy that you know will be there, because it will play your mind up all the time. Only look at the messages if you are hooked to the positive ones that will enhance your frame of mind and your sleep. And if possible, put the phone away in a separate room so that you are not addicted to it. We are all hooked with our phone, so we constantly look at it. Yes, it is okay to look at it because everything is now on either email or a phone. Gone are the days where you are working on the desk and everything, people are hooked onto it. So try to find a habit of leaving the phone away from you. Certainly don't put it on a charger and put it on your bed, because there could be accidents as well. And do not look at messages that can be toxic, that you know are an instruction of toxicity. That you can attend. My suggestion is attend them at 11 o'clock, not even first thing in the morning. Do your task first thing in the morning, all your important tasks. At 11 o'clock, your body is optimum if you're woken up by 8 o'clock. So between 5 and 8, if you're woken up, then look at the messages that you've been avoiding at 11 o'clock. You will find that you will be able to fight them harder. If you want to meet somebody, nice Ayurveda way of meeting somebody would be between 11 and 3, because at 11 and 3, at 11 o'clock, they are ready for their meal, so they will give you attention. They are in a happy mood. After food, within an hour, they will be planning to depart either home or winding up, because generally as a clock at between 5 and 7, we are either traveling or winding up. Would you agree that we should avoid the phone in the same room as when we are sleeping?
Yes, there are many reasons for that. Because if you're a Vata person, your sleep is very light, and then it gets disturbed by the light as well as the sound. And light pollution is one of the very biggest pollution which people are not aware about while sleeping. If you see your room and your homes, our homes are lighted at night with a lot of things. So there are a lot of gadgets, the modem, the television light, or the light which is coming from the street, or the light which is blinking from the mobile, or there's a light from some other sources of electronics, which definitely also disturbs your sleep. So it is very important to stay away from those things to get a good sleep. People don't consider it, but a lot of researchers say that light pollution is also one of the big problems that has created sleep disorders in people. And if you close them and if you stay away from them, you can have a better sleep.
So what we are saying to people, we are not saying that please throw your mobile phone away and your iPads and your computers away. What we are saying is, when it comes to the sleeping time, avoid reading or any toxic matters because that will play your mind up. Stay away from any electronic device which is throwing this special, these harmful lights on your face and the eyes. It is also your face that are being hit with this. So do avoid them if you can. It will help once in a while or so to see if these electronic devices, instead of them controlling your life, you control them. Go ahead and switch them off for a while and see if you are in control of your life, or is your life being controlled by these devices. So look, Ayurveda is already developing. This was not there in Ayurveda before. This was not there 5,000 years back. These devices were not there. So I feel Ayurveda has to evolve as well. Ayurveda has to evolve with the more kind of plants that are available, more fruits are available, more vegetables that are available. I think Ayurveda is already developing itself, which is beautiful. I feel that a lot of countries have taken Ayurveda on board, which will be useful. I think the idea of teaching Ayurveda as a lifestyle as opposed to a food and herb and a spice will be better to be adopted by education authorities. And I think it will be very, very useful. Is there any tips, Amrita, are there any tips, Ayurveda tips that you practice that people can practice anywhere on the earth at any time?
Yeah, mindfulness is the biggest tip that I practice. It is very important to be mindful, mindful living, mindful thinking, because mindfulness gives you an idea of controlling yourself and being self-vigilant. When you are
So
mindful,
before you go
yeah,
ahead, can you define mindfulness, please, so that the viewers can understand what you mean?
mindfulness means to be aware about what you're doing, aware about every activity which you're involved in. And also mindful thinking. So when I talk about mindful thinking, it means you're aware about your thoughts as well. If I'm getting angry at someone, I'm aware the reason why I am. If I'm really happy by something, I'm very much aware what makes me that much happy. Or any thoughts that disturb me, I'm pretty aware about them. And that is what is mindfulness.
What makes
And
you
it also,
happy?
personally, me, what makes me happy is
Yes.
a lot of things. A lot of things and a lot of activities can make you happy. Staying with nature makes me happy. Reading good books make me happy. Doing household things and activities makes me happy. Gardening makes me happy. So there are a lot of things that you and as an individual can explore in your life um, to be happy around actually. And so these kind of things, if you are mindful, you can adapt them, and that mindfulness will actually help you to correct yourself at many parameters and judge yourself what you are, how you are, and what changes can be made in your life.
Well, let us ask Rena. She has just joined in, and we can ask her what are her tips for becoming happy and mindfulness. So, Rena, you have just come in. Dr. Amrita and I were just discussing that what makes one mindful, happy, be aware of your state in a present state. So first of all, greetings to you, Rena, and a namaste. And how are you?
Global namaste. It's such a pleasure to be here. And I was signed onto YouTube, and then I thought, you know what, I'll sign into the Zoom link, and just so they know I'm here. And so I'm really touched that now you're inviting me to speak. Thank you for the opportunity.
So we are not only here, Rene, we are not only here, we are actually sharing tips with people, whichever country they are from, not just the Ayurveda as a spice, herb and things. We are going way beyond that. Ayurveda, the way of lifestyle. Ayurveda, the way it can help us. One of the aspects that Amrita and I were chatting just now were what kind of things makes you mindful. Mindful can be aware of being where you are at what moment. Mindful can be aware your state of mind. And just prior to that, we were discussing how the electronic devices should not take our life over, because we are hooked. I'm now talking to you via electronic internet through a Zoom, so I'm already hooked onto it. Then I've got my phone because it is through the WhatsApp that I sent you the link, okay? Then we are hooked up into our social media. How can we make sure that it doesn't run us and we can control that? And what makes you happy? Over to you, Rena.
Well, it's I guess I was seeing the future when I put this shirt on earlier. I'll show it to you. It says anti-social media. Live a real life, not a fake life.
Yes. Very perfect with what we are discussing. And yellow, of course, yellow and mustard is a friendly color. It's the color that you use to when you want to be friendly with people. And now we say anti-social media. You, of course, don't mean that you are anti to the social media, but we are trying to say, hey, we can control you too. But go ahead and keep on discussing. Over to you, and Amrita.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I'm certainly not an expert, but I can share what I do in my personal life. For me, it's a lot about boundaries. I actually created a tracking system where it's in my notebook. I'm not going to grab it, but Saturday night, I sit down and I draw 14 circles. So for Sunday, there's morning and evening, and every day is consecutive. And the morning circle says, at the top, it says, phone-free tracking. And the morning says first hour of the day, phone-free. And then the afternoon bubble is for the last hour before I go to sleep. So for me, that's approximately from 9 p.m. And every day that I do that, I put a little bubble. And it's really, this is actually something, I'm in my 3rd week now of doing this, really tracking it. And it's made a huge difference with my ability to sleep through the night and my overall feelings of being centered, being grounded, a huge reduction in anxiety and even some paranoia. And like it's nearly gone. So that's really, really helpful for me. And to be wise with how we're using the social media and different technological apps, when we're using them, and for people that choose to live a mindful life and, living an Ayurvedic life, living a yogic life, it's not just about the food that you eat or the yoga postures that you do. It's really choosing to live a mindful life all the time. So we can make social media a part of that practice and set intentions for what we're going to be doing with our internet. I actually keep my internet off most of the time. I have it unplugged most of the time, and I just plug it in when I know that I'm going to be doing something at my computer that I need it for. And that's what I did just now, actually. I I remembered, okay, this call is happening. I'm gonna plug my Wi-Fi in. I'll hop into YouTube. And then I just thought, it's been a while since I really saw these people. So I'll switch in. And I was planning just to have this on in the background while I kind of was winding down my day. Right now it's 7:30 where I am. So I still have an hour and a half before I go totally screen free for the night. So I just thought, I'll just have it on. And here I am. So yeah, it's about boundaries. It's about having intention, and then choosing what you like. We have a lot of power, but there's a lot of the apps have a lot of power, but we also have a lot of power. So choosing what is in the feed that you see on your Instagram account, on your Facebook account. TikTok to me is a whole different story. I think the whole app needs to be totally destroyed. It was designed really with bad intentions by the Chinese people who took it over. They intentionally wanted to be targeting children without wanting to bypass regulations. So I take a lot of issue with that. That's different from Facebook and Instagram, whose intentions weren't necessarily so malicious and have spiraled into that. It's a different story, but that's a different conversation.
Rena, what are your Ayurveda tips and how do you follow Ayurveda? Tell us
How do
about
I
that.
Well, I've learned everything I've learned about Ayurveda, I've pretty much learned from you and a little bit of research on my own. And I'm so happy to see you. Hi.
So what inspires you to follow Ayurveda and what is the best thing you like about Ayurveda?
What inspires me to follow Ayurveda, and the best thing I like about Ayurveda, that it's a true holistic approach to health that's scientifically based and been proven to work for thousands of years. So that gives me a basis that I feel I can trust it. A lot of my connection to Ayurveda has to do with food. And so now that we're transitioning, we did that workshop a couple years ago, and now that we're transitioning into winter, I'm eating a lot of soups. I am eating mostly cooked vegetables, maybe a little bit of sprouts or some fermented foods more in the afternoon rather than the evening when it's cold. And I only use olive oil on my skin, and I learned that from you. And so many people have so many comments about that, and I just don't understand why it's such a big deal. Just put olive oil on your skin. That's all you need.
So how do you feel applying an olive oil?
How do I feel? I love it. It's so simple. It makes it just does the trick. And I always have it. It's not complicated. I always have olive oil for cooking, so I know that I always have it.
That's so good. And what are your favorite Ayurvedic foods? Tell our viewers about that.
My favorite Ayurvedic foods. I don't know if I necessarily would like. I don't necessarily use that language, but when I think about food, I think about every meal having a protein, a fat, and a carb. And I understand vegetables as being carbs. And so I want 50 to 70% of my meal to be vegetables. And depending on the season, in summer, that might be a salad, and in winter, it might be a soup. And then a healthy protein is unique to each person because there's religious and philosophical beliefs. If it's it could be lentils, it could be beans, it could be meat, it could be chicken, it could be fish, it could be eggs. That's for everyone to choose their own personal choices for that. But I would encourage, if it's an animal product, that it's happy animals that have seen the grass and seen the sunlight. And then healthy fats are olive oil, avocado, and nuts. And it makes it really easy to think about it that way.
That's very nice. Lata has some comments. Lata, what would you like to add on? Yes, over to you. Thank you.
Hi everyone. So what I was going to go back to the point of mindfulness, where you said touched on points of. You didn't mention the part about food? eating
Hmm.
mindfully?
Hmm.
Because
True.
you mentioned 2 points. What were they?
Mindful living, mindful eating, and mindful thinking.
Yeah, thinking. Yeah. So, what about the mindful eating? Because I mean, do you think we overeat these in this day and age?
Yeah. And
Focus too
over
much on centralize too much, focus on that.
Yeah, because people don't lack resources in today's time, and there's a lot of change. So basically, because of those extra resources and globalization of foods and availability of all type of foods, overconsumption is very common, and most of the time we are emotional eaters. So what Ayurveda talks about is to be not to be emotional eater, but be a mindful eater. And that's what is about Ayurveda. And when you are emotional eater, you eat for mind. So I like chocolates or I like sweets, then I overdo with that, or I like salty things, I overdo with that, but that does not help you in any of your health benefits. So mindful eating
Yeah.
basically gives you a guidance of having all the tastes and all the stuff of all the taste things with all the flavors in a best possible way according to your own diet.
Yeah, and the quantities as well, would you say is
Definitely, the quantity basically
relevant?
is all about mindfulness. So, in your own way, mean to say, as per your digestion and digestive power, what you feel is good. The point is that when you eat, after eating, you must leave some space for the stomach to digest. So it should not be a complete overeating or full eating. You must feel happy and good and light after eating rather than feeling full and unhealthy. So that's the basic sign. So what proportion suits you is your own personal thing.
And if it's okay to jump in a little bit,
Yes,
because
please.
Dr. Amrita, you mentioned mindful living, mindful thinking, and mindful, what was the third one?
Eating.
No, there was something before we started talking about mindful eating, mindful thought. Anyways, the point that I wanted to make was that the way we live and the way that we eat are very intricately connected. And I think, Lata, is that your name?
Yes.
Lata.
That Lata, you bring up a good point that a lot of people in our society are not living a mindful life, and so then that's reflected in the not eating mindfully. And so a lot of people are overeating because they're not living mindfully, they're not connected to their bodies, they don't even realize. And so
So they're harming themselves,
it's
really.
what?
We're harming ourselves.
It's harming, but it's
Yeah.
unconscious. And
Yes.
so a lot of like I really view nutrition as a holistic thing, and that for anybody who is struggling with overeating or overweight or anything that's like that, that it has to be treated from it has to be looked at from what's going on in life that's causing that pattern to happen. And it's probably a pattern that's coming up in many places, and it's probably related to things in that person's life that have nothing to do with food. Like, for example, if someone's going to work and they feel really unfulfilled in their work, they might be feeding themselves at night, trying to feed themselves with a sense of fulfillment, and they're not even conscious of the fact that that's what's going on.
Yeah, we don't even appreciate the taste. We're doing something while we're eating, we might be, watching television or on a phone call or,
Yeah.
with someone over a table, you're talking, you're not really concentrating on what you're doing, your taste buds, your food, and the amount you're eating. And I think that's where lifestyle, because of our short lifespan, because we were living much, much longer before, weren't we? Eating more natural foods and less of all the processed or less of all the varieties. So our body was more comfortable. and the
Yeah.
cells were living longer, you know, so we were getting a longer lifespan. So people didn't have to cram in so much. Now we've got a lot more to do and a lot more opportunities and a lot more, you know, availabilities of education and intelligence. And what do you think?
Reminded me of an exercise I did when I was teaching a mindfulness and yoga class to kindergartners. These kids were around 3 years old, and I brought in bars of chocolate that were milk chocolate with sprinkles and bars of chocolate that were 80% dark chocolate. And I asked the children, which do you think is going to be more delicious? And most of them said the milk chocolate with sprinkles.
The
I want it, I want it, I want it. And we did a mindful eating exercise where first they ate the milk chocolate with the sprinkles and they looked at it and they noticed the colors, and we talked about how it came from cacao trees and how it came to be. And then they put it in their mouths and melted it in their mouths and really tasted it and swallowed it. And then we did the same thing with the dark chocolate. And almost every child said that the dark chocolate was more delicious.
That's interesting. Well,
It's
but
retraining. Sorry?
Yeah, because that is why, keeping these aspects in mind, there are a lot of concepts that are being dedicated in Ayurveda about eating and mindful eating, how you should eat, in what way you should eat, where you should eat, what should be your mind frame, your body position for eating. And all these things have changed nowadays. People watch television or look into their mobiles while eating, and that has made a big difference because you don't really realize how much proportion of food you've eaten, because virtually you're not concentrating on your plate. It's about your emotions and the mind that needs it. How many popcorns did you munch in front of the television? I know a couple of people who are pretty obese, and they say they got obesity because they watched a lot of movies and munched a lot of popcorns in front of that without doing any work. So a lot of things, lifestyle has changed, and Ayurveda specifically talks about these mindful aspects, which talks about how important it is to eat on a dining table, or how important it is to have a good position while eating without any gadgets around, and looking into your plates and enjoying the flavors of food. Actually, people don't even realize. I also have an experience of certain people children who can't drink water because it's tasteless, because they're framed to have just flavored drinks. And that is pretty surprising to know that it is very important for us to make our children aware about different aspects of food and different tastes of food and mindful eating. And it will put a good it will, in fact, shed a good load of obesity from public health side and sector, because these kind of things which are related to eating disorders or childhood obesity or obese disorders and diabetes in relation to that are all interrelated because of these things. And this would also help in removing food insecurities in life. So, Rena, would you agree with all these things what I have said?
Absolutely. And that there it reminds me that when I spoke before about protein, fat, and carbs, those are macronutrients. And then we also have micronutrients, which are vitamins and minerals. And a lot of people complicate things, and some people are aware that they're not getting everything that they need, and that they're eating kind of mindlessly, and that if we eat more fruits and vegetables, it would be healthy. But people often overcomplicate it. And I like to simplify it and just say, if we eat all the different colors of the rainbow, we're getting all the vitamins and the minerals that we need. And if people just focus on healthy protein, healthy fat, healthy carbs, all the colors of the rainbow, you're getting what you need. And there's no need to buy all the things in the supermarkets that are processed and have so much of the food has had fiber taken out to then be just added back in, and it's fake. And so absolutely what you said is right, and I hope people can start to see it more simply.
Yeah, and it's about not just Ayurveda, and it is an issue that is being faced globally. And so a lot of tips we can take from traditional medicines, and that will help removing a lot of issues of life. We also have Nishit Kotak with us, our technical director, who has adapted so many things about Ayurveda, and he has simplified his life through Ayurveda. So, what's your take on eating healthy and having a healthy, mindful eating schedule by an individual? Over to you, Nishit.
Oh, most definitely. It's a very important thing. There was a time when we weren't really paying attention to when we eat, what we're eating. We're eating at the desk while we're working, and so on and so forth. So it's all important to be aware of, it's sort of for around similar times when you're eating, so your body's used to eating at that time, being mindful of what you eat. So that the very element from starting to the, seeing with your eyes first, then the chewing and so on, being mindful of it, not just being distracted, watching something and eating blindly. But no, we started doing some other things as well, like, for example, I'm type 2 diabetic. So I found one tip that I picked up from here, which was use of fenugreek for helping control blood sugar. So we soak it overnight, then I have the seeds in the morning. That seems to help manage the blood sugar levels. There are many other, home remedies that we've used. I'm sure there are some which are very, very familiar to everybody. Clove oil for toothache is one thing we've used before. We've used chamomile tea as a relaxing drink. What else have we used? We've used eucalyptus steam for sinuses. As this time, we've got sort of autumn, winter coming up. So there's a change of weather, and a lot of people have got the flu. It's the flu season. So I've got 2 people in the family who are down, and just a while back they were doing a eucalyptus steam. What else was there? There was a time I had used licorice root for sore throat. That really helped. Mint oil for headache has been very beneficial for me. Of course, then there are so many other things. I use the turmeric and curcumin, which is good for managing blood sugar as well. Ginger tea is very nice for, I think, boosting the digestion and so on. And what else was there? So I think specifically for myself, what I found interesting was ashwagandha was good for energy and vitality. There was also amla. Amla was very good. So I like amla, the dried ones as well.
The dried ones, yeah.
I mean, they're tasty. I like them. What else? I found benefit from something like saw palmetto, and very good. So those are the things I use. But apart from that, there's also a little bit of lifestyle recommendations which came along with the tips I picked over here. So those were very good as well.
That's really nice. Rina, before we conclude the session of today, what are your favorite Ayurvedic teas that you drink?
My favorite Ayurvedic teas. I also drink licorice root and dandelion. Particularly, a lot of my health habits are related to my menstrual cycle. So those I generally drink in the second half of my cycle. I have a blend of lemongrass, raspberry leaf, and artichoke, and cinnamon. And I actually recently started using fresh turmeric root, and I use that in tea. I use that. I made a big pot of broth, and I put fresh turmeric root in there and ginger. Ginger not in the soup. I put ginger in tea. Those are the main ones right now for tea.
I tried one very interesting tea, rose hip.
I've had that also. It's good.
It's good.
Yeah.
That's really wonderful. So before we conclude, any comments, Nishit or any other viewers who are the contributors of today's episode?
Well, look, I come in not as an Ayurvedic practitioner. I come in just like the ordinary layperson, right? For me, initially, being in the Western side of things, I sort of not paid attention to Ayurveda before, but over these sessions, I've learned a lot of things. I've started implementing a few things. It's been good for me. So all I would say is for the viewers out there who've not explored Ayurveda, maybe this is a chance for you to start looking into it. Give it a go. You can incorporate a lot of things in your daily routine, and then let that go on for a few months, and then decide for yourself how it works out.
True. That's really wonderful. And today's note is living Ayurveda, thinking holistically, being mindful, and a lot of tips our experts have given regarding eating, living, sleeping, and being with nature, and also over and above to be happy. So happiness is the most important thing. Yeah, we have Lata. Any comments before we conclude? Yes, Lata, please, your comments. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. 2 points really. I suppose Ayurveda is a slow process as well, isn't it? To watch. It's not instant, it's not fast. It takes a period of time, doesn't it, to work through your body and each cell?
Well, yeah, that depends upon person to person. It depends upon body to body and your constitution. And what you're taking. If you're taking it in the form of a tea, you're taking it in form of your lifestyle, it works, I think, more than anything else. So what way you see Ayurveda is very important. And I think it's very important to see it in a holistic way and take it in a holistic way, with enhancing your vision, not to just streamline yourself on a few parameters, but to look at it in a holistic way. It definitely is a very rapid remedy to adapt and to show results too.
And the other thing is the happiness. I mean, what is happiness?
Actually, can I answer that?
Define it.
I'm not an expert in happiness for sure, but I remembered that Neil had asked me when he first introduced me to share what makes me happy, and it just occurred to me that I didn't answer. So what occurred to me that for my answer, and I've heard other teachers speak about this, is that happiness is found in purpose, and that when we have a sense of purpose, then it brings a sense of deep happiness. And it's different from the kind of fleeting happiness that you might feel maybe at a birthday party.
True.
Yeah,
I think fulfilling. Yeah.
Somebody once said that, you have to be more than healthy. Your body, it is not enough just to be disease free. So like, for example, when you have the right vitamins and supplements and all of that, but you also need the herbs and the adaptogenics and all of those things. But a feeling of wellness is more than just being healthy. Yes. I think that overall wellness in your body contributes towards that feeling of happiness.
True. Both aspects, the fulfillment of your purpose of a particular thing will make you happy, whether it's a small milk chocolate or a dark chocolate that can make you happy, or it's the experience of having a well-being feeling. So that kind of a feeling of feeling good within yourself, it can be due to any reason, will make you happy, and that's what is happiness. So with that note, we would like to conclude with a short Gayatri mantra to this episode, and we wish everybody a very happy Ayurveda celebration all over the complete year. We will bring it again next year as well, celebrating all these tips to you, and we'll be bringing in the coming episodes as well of Healthy Life each week on Sunday, back to back, with more crispy episodes and topics related with healthy life in relation to holistic health and well-being and happiness. So let's join our hand together and chant the Gayatri mantra.
Om Om Bhurbhuvaswaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuvaswaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuvaswaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Shanti Shanti.